it's still a capitalist system, that I think can be broader and more, accessibly used by everybody by thinking of it more as a norm rather than an exception that people act entrepreneurially. And like you would want to have capital and you'd want to have entities, decentralized,
number 5.
Decentralized autonomous organizations, for-profits, non-profits, whatever kind of organizations human beings can now create in the 21st century.
I want to just say that Vesper, nice try. So what I had asked you, and I'll get back to you, Daniel. I'm not getting away from that. I just want to call out the retard in the chat. So these companies that he's referenced. My question to him was, name a company that took on no subsidies, received no bailouts, and didn't have regulatory favor with regulatory agencies appointed by the government. Which, by the way, these regulatory agencies are populated by lawyers that formerly worked for these companies, and so it's a very corrupt system. The fact that you're anti-corporatism expert and you don't know these things, it's crazy to me. But I want to quickly just ask you, Vesper, are you confident? Scale from 1 to 10, 1 being not confident at all, 10 being the most confident, that the companies that you listed in your Google search to make your argument, are you confident that they didn't receive any funds from the government? Because if you're confident of that, I'm going to end up damaging your confidence. But if you're not confident, there could be a learning here, and so I'm just kind of curious how you want me to approach this.
So I think where you're going with that is those companies are not example of free market because they were supported by the government. Right?
Well, the question was for Vesper, and he can't type fast enough in ChatGPT to get a response to me, so I will deal with you then, Daniel. Yeah, those are not examples of pure laissez-faire capitalism. They're clear examples. Any company that takes a monopolistic position in the U.S. always has the government's hand in it. And that's something that the Vespers of the world and myself should be able to agree on. He sees that there's a problem with monopolies. I see that there's a problem with monopolies that were aided by the government, which, by the way, that's 100% of the monopolies. And to Lou's point, Lou had said, and I'm glad that he said it, that monopolies aren't inherently bad. If you show me one that became a monopoly organically through free market by providing the best product at the best price and the consumers want it, fuck yeah, let's jump all over that. I have no problem with that.
But Roger, isn't there the other side of it that you could say because the government is so fucking way too involved? At some point, they were actually making it more difficult for businesses and kind of fucking them over, at least early on. And then we got to a point where now, they're like large corporations, and the government, doing what it does, it makes barriers to entry even worse. With I can't get my head to see it just through this very simplistic. It's like, okay, the government.
I actually think you're seeing. I think you
agree with that,
and Lou, I think you're seeing some of it. I think you're just not connecting the dots for yourself. You're seeing the fact. You're seeing the fact that when the government helps a corporation, they're impeding on the free market. When you help a large corporation, you're but. I'm just gonna move you, okay? Because you don't know how to stay on mute. It's fucking weird. So, Lou, if you help a corporation, right? You're by default you're being punitive to the competitors in that space. So when you protect one company, you're harming other companies. Okay? And hold on. But the other side of that argument, which you brought up, is that if you were regulating a company and you were putting strict regulations on them, you're harming that large corporation. So the thing that you want to be able to do is make sure that the market can be able to compete. The marketplace of ideas. If the government can decide who the winners and the losers are, companies don't have to win over consumers. consumers. They only have to buy off politicians. And so you got to be really careful with the system that you want to design. If the incentive structure is, I only need to build a company that gains favor of this particular politician or that particular political party, then I don't have to do anything right for my employees, for my stakeholders, or for the customers. It's banana.
Yeah, but dude, come on, like this is, like you have to build an insanely large company to be like in favor with a politician. But this is the thing that I want to say.
No,
Like,
Lou, you're wrong. You don't have to build a successful company at all. You don't have to build a profitable company. You only have to have collusion with the government. Do you remember Solyndra under Obama? You remember all the money that went into funding a company that did nothing?
Sure, without a doubt, there's definitely cases like that. A lot of government contracts, for sure. I'm speaking more like broadly, and just like in general in the market, not specifically government contracts. But like I do think that like these look, they become corporations not because when they become corporations, they're not necessarily competing as much for the consumer and offering the best product again. But I mean, they were 99% of them. Like, they were the most efficient and effective, which is what allowed them to ultimately get as big as they got. And then yes, it fluffs out. The government gets involved, and now they basically
Hey,
regulatory
Ninjas
capture is like
Tickles,
one of the.
can I ask you a question?
Mm,
What is 666 times 1,000?
So, yeah, like, I do think
What are you gonna answer?
dude, it's 666,000 Connor. That's a retarded question.
I'm surprised how many people can't answer that.
I know.
But he had to get calculator. So,
Yeah.
Listen, we're getting a lot of heart
It's
emojis.
not even math, it's words at that point.
We're getting a lot of heart emojis from that question. But Ninjas Tickles, I just gotta ask one more question. If you were the president or the king of America, what would you do for your
No
people?
idea. No idea. I would never want to.
America does not have kings. Roger, I mean, you are arguing with a guy, Lou Tickles, who says that he is
It's logisticals.
that definitively aliens exist.
You think there's no other life in the universe? Are you the atheist?
Within the 6.4,
This
no,
is the.
not an alien.
This is the. Oh, okay, never mind.
200 billion stars, 2 trillion galaxies, 4 octillion stars, 1 billion 6 planets, 6.4 octillion planets. Yeah, there's probably life.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's an immediate definitive claim.
Yeah, it's basically it's a guarantee. I feel like.
Let's. Is there a guarantee that they've been here?
Well, that's a separate thing.
But it's well, if we all acknowledge, I would imagine that we're all intelligent enough to acknowledge that the likelihood of life on other planets is almost guaranteed. It's a mathematical certainty.
I mean, fold space-time, wormholes, 300,000 meters per second. I mean, you'd have to be one of the two.
I'm as intelligent as you can find average people, and that's understanding myself, but I'm just neutral. I'm neutral on this whole thing.
Yeah. Look, I want to ask. I want to pass the mic around a little bit. Abdullah had a question. I don't know what it was. He asked if he could ask it.
question is, how would you solve the issue of the debt and the issue of $37 trillion?
Well, the first thing you got to do is stop borrowing, and the second thing you have to do is stop spending. We collect $5 trillion a year in taxes, and we spend $7 trillion. We need to pass a balanced budget amendment. That's first and foremost. We need to stop spending money that we don't fucking have. $37 trillion is the debt that is owed. And as John Kitover can tell you, who's running for Congress, there's $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities. So paying off the debt, I don't think that's going to happen. If we start thinking about how to solve this problem, we just need to directionally improve. Because if we continue this snowball effect, we're going to get to the point where right now the third largest line item in our budget is the interest on the debt. As we continue to spend ourselves into this hole of $2 trillion of additional debt every year, the interest on the debt is going to become so big that the interest will be the largest line item, which will mean that we won't be able to spend money on the things that we need to spend money on. And so I don't think we're going to solve this problem. I think at some point we're probably just going to give a middle finger to corporations, to people, and certainly foreign governments, and just say, hey, we don't have the bread. I think that's probably what's going to happen, because if you think about this mathematically, and I know there's not a lot of math majors on this stage, but 37 trillion, even if you factored away the interest, right? If you had $1 trillion surplus for 37 years, right? For 37 years, that takes you 37 years to pay that off. But when you factor in interest and the fact that we haven't slowed down the debt, it's virtually impossible. I cannot fucking imagine a world in which we pay this off unless AI takes over to the point where we become so fucking efficient that we're able to do to pay these things off in unimaginable ways. The other way would be, and this is probably even less likely, if we were to harness a comet and we were to draw the materials from it. We were to get rare materials, and if we were to harness it and we were to take advantage of that. The problem with that is that if you introduce more of these substances, the value of it is going to decrease. So I don't know how you're going to fix this problem. I'd love to understand, for somebody that's studying this stuff today, how you would propose to solve this. All I can say is that we had a poll the other day, how many zeros is in 37 trillion? And a lot of people got that wrong. The answer to that is that there's 12 zeros in 37 trillion.
There's 2,000 years of natural gas on the moon of Titan. We can do that.
Yeah, so you would have an issue with us, like quadrillioning, like gold or something. Like, I mean, I know I would have an issue with it, but I'm surprised you would, Roger.
So Roger, I actually do have a solution to this.
Oh, let's hear it. Hold on. John Kitover, please take notes. You're running for Congress. We need these ideas. Daniel, go ahead.
Is John here?
Yeah, John Kitover's running for Congress, and he's right here. He's listening. Yeah.
That's you, John. Okay. John, if you end up looking at this and you agree, you are going to benefit from a lot of super PAC money that's going to go to exactly this plan, which is to look at an entire bucket that's all along the heart and soul of what you're talking about transactions. A perfect example, when you brought up what happens with drug dealers and everything else, is to have everything on the transactions, but there's an issue. That there's a monetary economy that has a number attached to it that you're not measuring in everything that you're looking about where the money comes from. This monetary economy couldn't even be measured before 1989. And it is massively larger than the real economy, where we measure GDP and do all that stuff and pay our taxes in, the real economy we live within every day, where we're all overtaxed. And we have a monetary economy that's grown massively, and it's so fucking large that if you put a tiny, tiny transaction tax on it, you can get rid of virtually all the taxes in the real economy. To exactly what you're talking about, the only thing that's missing, the only thing that's different, is that the bucket is much, much bigger over there. The monetary economy is untaxed. And when you figure that out, tax attached to it. This is what some individuals who put together the idea to do this that we found and spent 100 hours of research on it, by the way. So we're either stupid and drunk Kool-Aid, or we actually know what we're doing. And we're going to raise a super PAC on this very idea of how to end the debt in 8 years by taxing the monetary economy. Something that most people have never heard of, have no idea of. They also
You're talking about Forex?
It does include Forex. It does include mortgage-backed securities. It does involve stocks. It does involve all the transactional monetary economy that makes the world economy work. And no matter what happens with tariffs, you notice that's where the modulating fact comes from now, is in the markets, no matter how much they try to regulate it. And I do think they do have to be fair markets and some basic minimum regulation that should be clear what the fuck it is. But this is a big fucking hole that Scott Andrew Smith, who's the author of this plan, came up with. And reached out to me a couple of years ago, and I started to pay attention to it. And it's 270 times larger than the real economy of the GDP. On some days on foreign exchange, for example, and there's lots of other kinds that we can look at, on some single days on the foreign exchange markets, there's as much past, sometimes more than 7 trillion in a single day. When we talk about 38 trillion or whatever, 7 trillion in a single day. And that's more than the entire New York Stock Exchange and entire year's transactional value. Like, we've invented all these ways to move money in so many different kinds of weird packages, and letting all these, things benefit from it. But the systems that it's riding on are getting the fucking free ride. It's not poor people are lazy. I mean, we would disagree on that, Roger, and I don't think taxing them more gives them more incentive, but we don't have to agree on that. If we agree on fairness about who's getting a free ride, the monetary economy is getting a free ride on the old world real economy. That's what I think needs to be rebalanced. And if it does turn out to be feasible, fiscally feasible, to actually tax that economy and lower taxes for everything else, you might have a fucking solution.
Yeah, I'm going to pause you right there. I know John's probably going to want to respond to that, but I want to say something to Vesper, probably the dumbest person that's in this room. You said well-governed mixed market systems are best able to pay down national debts. So we have a mixed market system currently, and we have $37 trillion worth of debt. So Vesper, the utilitarian Gnostic atheist, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, respectfully. But if John wants to respond to Daniel, now's a good time.
So Daniel, I mean, you believe in an infinite bubble, because a couple of days ago you told me that you believe that people should be able to request however much money as they want. It's set to an expiration, and the people who receive that money in the transaction, let's say car dealership, it won't expire for them, but it'll expire for the people who made the unlimited request for that money. I mean, that is your economic solution, correct? Am I wrong in what you said?
You are wrong when it comes to ending the U.S. debt. These are two entirely different things. That's an experimental in the lab project of how to create universal income without government or taxes. So we're mixing apples and oranges. That's a fantastic idea or not. But what I'm talking about is fiscally being responsible to the fact that there's a gap, there's a hole. Mr. Future Congressman, I hope you are, no matter what your positions are, to understand this. There is a monetary economy and a real economy. The monetary economy has zero tax on it, and it's 270 times larger. That's a gap. That's all I'm saying.
So you're basically, or I don't want to say basically, are we talking about just literally tax transaction, just the transaction purely like Forex? Like you're saying that should be like 4 trillion?
Forex is everything in the monetary economy. It's much larger than most people realize, and a tiny, tiny tax because it's so much larger, and you'd be able to get rid of all of income tax for sure. That would just be extraneous at that point, totally. Okay, I've done the math on this. Like I'm not talking out my ass. Like we spent a lot of time researching. I do due diligence on companies for a living generally, so we know what we're doing here financially. And the numbers show
What
that.
company do you work for, by the way? What do you guys do there?
Well, hold on. Let him finish, and then we can ask some questions.
Well,
Daniel,
question.
no, it's fine.
It's fine.
Hold on. Okay, all right. You know what? It's time. It's that time So, no threats of violence.
Mental breakdown.
Well,
Get this.
hold on. If that guy interrupts again, I'm not only going to remove him, I'm going to block him, and then I'll write a letter to Joe in community and have him blocked from every room. Let's see.
I talked to Joe earlier, and he was telling him about you. He's sick of you writing letters from, dude. Quit writing letters to Joe, dude.
Yeah, okay, got it. This guy, I'm going to write a letter to him right now, but I'm going to write a letter when you're in the audience. But because of you, the whole room has to suffer. This is actually a very effective way to get people to conform. So we want to talk about the rules here because of the interruption. So rule number 1, no threat to violence. Number 2, no doxing. Number 3, stay on topic. Number 4, I hope everybody listens to this one. Keep your shares brief. Number 5, this is another one that you're going to want to listen very carefully. Do not interrupt speakers, especially the mods. Number 6, mods may interject when appropriate, like I'm doing right now. Number 7, the N-word is forbidden on stage and in the chat. This is probably only going to be a problem for Lou. The rest of you are probably going to be good. Number 8, don't spam the chat. Number 9, do not bring drama here from other rooms. And number 10, English only. I think that one's self-explanatory because I only speak English and I wouldn't be able to monitor the chat or be able to do proper moderation if I don't understand what the fuck you're talking about. So I'm going to go ahead and, did somebody want to interrupt me? Who was that? Who was that? Who was that? Oh, all right. So let's go to Daniel to finish up with what you're saying, and then we'll pass the mic around. Thank you.
Just simple. I just want to get a discussion out there that there's this gap. There's something called the monetary economy. We can define it. It's not taxed. It's missing a big gap of what could be totally honest, sincere, fair revenue with not much of a burden, and it would clear up a lot of other burdens. I think it's worth an experiment.
All right. Let's take a quick little opportunity. Vesper, can you explain to the room what a utilitarian Gnostic atheist is?
Why are you hung up on that exactly?
Because it's a stupid term, and I want to hear you explain it in a way that would make it less stupid. Go ahead.
Like, what does that have to do with politics?
That's a good question.
Economics?
It's good. Well, you don't understand economics, so I think this pivot might actually serve you well. So why not an agnostic atheist? Why do you want to take the position that God doesn't exist?
Because I know that. I'm not going to pretend like I don't know that.
Oh, okay. So you know that your position is God doesn't exist. So
Yeah.
when you make that claim, the burden of proof is on you. Go ahead, tell the room your proof.
Supernaturalism itself presents a logical contradiction, which means it cannot exist. Nothing supernatural can exist.
So something coming from nothing would be supernatural, though, wouldn't it?
That might be an example.
What do you define as supernatural?
Hey, Vesper, before you can definitively state that you know God doesn't exist, do you think you could just simply solve for Pauline's conjecture, the Riemann hypothesis? Could you do those two things real quick? It'd be real simple. Since you're the all-knowing being, Pauline's conjecture, the Riemann hypothesis, or Riemann, whatever you want to pronounce it, it depends where you're from.
Why do I need to know all things in order to know some things?
I'm just wondering. You can't solve for that. You know definitively God doesn't exist. Okay.
Well, you're effectively explaining where all things didn't come from. Or, that's not the right way to say it. The whole universe did here if you're going to say supernatural. I'm not saying that must implicitly imply God. I believe in God, but I get the argument. Actually, for there being, but not that there's not a creator. Something set it in motion. So what is it?
You're talking about a first first cause. I don't believe there's a first cause.
It could be a sequence of events. It doesn't have to be a guy in the sky.
Yeah, I don't believe in causality at all.
Don't you know that the singularity is now, and Lou Just Tickles here is one of the foremost Clubhouse AI experts?
What? That is not.
Lou Just Tickles. Let me ask you a question, Lou. What's your favorite AI platform at the moment?
Where, like a hard determinist, or? Yes, to me. I don't have a particular platform. What would be my favorite? Like, are you asking me what model I like the most?
I'm just saying, have you seen the
This
movie
platform,
Virtuosity with the guy from Gladiator? You haven't seen Virtuosity? It came out in 1995 with Denzel Washington.
Phenomenal movie.
Love me Denzel.
Oh, really? So Denzel?
Can't go wrong.
Yeah, that's what I'm Denzel. I don't think is virtuosity.
Can you elaborate on the?
Really?
Elaborate more on like the premise of the movie.
Well, I think, with regards to the title, when you look at the word Gnostic, I mean, that's gnosis, which is knowledge. And, wisdom is the best knowledge. So if you want to know God, you got to know wisdom.
Are those two things synonymous?
In Judaism, the Torah is so precious, and the Torah is wisdom. So, what is the source of wisdom?
Was a goddess named Sophia.
Yeah, I mean, transliteration. There's a lot of languages that are saying the same things.
Like Solomon goes on and on about wisdom as a figure, Sophia as a goddess that he's in love with.
Yeah, well, Sophia is beauty, which is one of the 10 Sephiroth of the Kabbalah. And, what is the capital of Turkey, Sophia? So, I mean, it's global.
Hey, Roger, I just wanted to say one thing. What you were talking about with the sales tax is exactly what I'm talking about. Could happen, and if we ever want to have a room about that sometime, we could really break it down. There's going to be a very big effort around it.
I'm happy to talk taxes, and by the way, the Brain Trust on 4 p.m. Pacific time on Tuesday is going to be having a room specifically about taxation. You should show up for that.
What day is that?
On Tuesday at 4 p.m. Pacific time.
I will be there, Brent. Thank you for the invite. Talk to you then.
He left one thing out of the whole Roger is love. Love is God's love.
Well, okay. Put that in the chat.
But, who here can tell us what a utilitarian principle might be? Is frugality a utilitarian principle?
The greatest happiness principle is what utilitarianism is about.
Well, there's this amazing book. I bought it at what's called a bookstore once, and it's called The Practical Necessities to Demand Everything. And it says, in the end, we weren't greedy enough.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm asking, is it patriotic to be greedy as a nation?
I would say greed is a vice rather than a virtue. Capitalism tries to turn it into a virtue, though.
Capitalism doesn't speak about this at all.
You don't think capitalism rewards greed?
I think that if you are a good operator, you can be highly profitable. You can make a lot of money, and what you choose to do with your money, you can be incredibly generous with the proceeds, or you can be incredibly greedy economic system that allows you to succeed or to fail.
Yeah, like, that's kind of my goal, to use capitalism against capitalism.
So that makes a lot of sense.
I don't get the people that are like, oh, capitalism's the worst thing ever. I also don't get the people that are like, it's perfect.
It's not about being perfect. It's not about being perfect. It's about being just, and more importantly, it's about being better than any other system that we've ever come up with. Now, if you come up with a better system, that's fine. But hanging out with people like Randy McDickerson is not going to help you come up with good ideas.
It's all hunky-dory if it's equitable and fair, right?
See,
But it's
this
gotta
is
be regulated
this
in
is
order to be that way.
this is where I have to disagree with you on that, Mojo. I think capital surveillance or surveillance capital, in terms of having recordings of Rabbi McDickerson, is valuable. To have a sample of something that's living, which is as rare as a star, is a good signature, recognition or recording. I mean, you know, I'm just saying that every man and every woman is a star. So,
Are you guys aware that Randy McDickless threatened to rape Am Hero's underage daughter? Are you guys aware of that?
no, I haven't heard that one.
Yeah. So these are the people.
That's so an extreme way to phrase it.
No, that was what was said.
She's also going around calling him a pedophile, which he's obviously not. And so he said, yeah, I'm gonna fuck your daughter when she turns 18.
Wait, those type of statements. Yeah, hold on. Let me just explain this. Any guy that would say that clearly is only saying that online. And here's the great thing. That guy will never in a million fucking years ever talk like that to a man, woman, or child face to face. He's the biggest fucking coward on this fucking app, and for whatever reason, you're friends with him. Explain yourself.
So I've been to Jordan twice, and I know Jordanians.
Hold on. So if someone's going around calling you a pedophile, don't you think it's like a bit ironic that that's what he said back to her? Because that's what she was doing to him. She's calling him a pedophile. I don't remember exactly for what, but nothing to do with that. And so he said, like, I think it was wrong. I told him.
Well, I heard.
He said, I'm gonna fuck your daughter when she turns 18, which we all agree that's legal because it's a magical number. It's you're 18, everything's legal now. But yeah, you should have said it was wrong.
Well, I mean, how do you rationalize death threats all the time?
Take contention with it being 18. That's fucking wrong.
Listen, Pepe says he wants to kill hitchhikers and burn their bodies in acid all the time.
18th birthday, like if you're completely like an adult, or the day before you're not. I think that's silly. It's not really.
No, it's just the vitriol and just the way you said it. It really came across like you wish it was.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense, I guess, what you're.
So what is this? A gaslight app? Are you saying that this app is used to gaslight people? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, it sounds like they're saying that having sex with an 18-year-old is.
Why would an adult male speak to a woman the way that he spoke to her?
I have a very different take on Anne. I don't want to be disrespectful to Joe, but like I'm not a big fan of hers. Some of the things that she's done, the way she's acted, and I prefer to just leave it at that. I don't like her. You can not like my friend. We can still be friends.
No, well, hold on. You can have whatever grievance you want. Look, this app's, gone through a lot. I've had grievances with her in the past, but I also think that I think that she's proven over the last several years on this app to navigate it as a pretty good actor. I think that when she first got on the app, that probably wasn't true. That being said, I think the last 3 years or so, she's probably one of the most pleasant people to be around on this app. And if you have a different experience, that's fine. But even if you think that she's a piece of shit, why would you be friends with someone that would talk to a woman that way?
And about a child.
Well, again, like she was calling him a pedophile. He's not a pedophile.
Well, I
I
have
think
been.
it's serious to call someone a pedophile. Like in my opinion, if they're a
Walks
pedophile,
like a duck, talks like a duck, looks like a duck.
some people disagree with that.
I have recorded more Randy McDickerson rooms than anybody in this room right now, and I've been kicked out of more Randy McDickerson rooms than anybody else. And I gotta tell you, all the time that I've ever spent recording Rabbi Randy McDickerson has always been a total waste of time.
I don't know, man. I just think I think grown men should
He's
have
a troll. He's a joke.
Well, no, he's not a troll. When you talk to a woman that way, no, that's not being a troll. That's not being a troll. Being a troll is to it's more of a playful thing. There's nothing playful about talking to a woman that way. To say that you're going to have sex with her daughter, like why would a grown man say that? Her daughter's 11 years old. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Raj, that's right.
Well, yeah, it's fine, fair enough. But again, he said specifically when she's 18, and he was doing, she's calling him a pedophile. She's going around saying he's a pedophile. I think both are wrong for doing what they did.
There's no explanation. You know, you can listen to 1,000 people on this app and come to the same conclusion.
What's up? What do you think? A grown man telling a woman that he wants to have sex with her 11-year-old daughter when she turns 18. What do you think of that? I mean, you're a father. Like, if somebody said that to you, you have a problem with that?
Yeah, the person's a sick fuck, should be locked up and locked. I don't know. That's a sickness.
Or, see, everyone can agree with
Well,
that. Like,
I mean,
Is that a serious
sickness.
question?
Exactly. Exactly. So to accuse someone of that,
It's Lou's best friend. Said that.
yeah, it's friend, yeah. Everyone knows that they might just been known for like 4 years. It's a serious accusation.
You said Clownhouse Bestie?
Oh yeah, Randy. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so serious question. Have you guys engaged in the Destiny Big Boy test before?
No, not really.
Not yet.
Who's actually said this, by the way?
Who's said
Well,
to who?
Rabbi Randy McDickerson.
I forget. Go.
To who?
To Ann. Not her.
Who was calling? She was calling him a pedophile, and I don't know. I forget why. I know she was blaming him for, her a certain kind of photos of her being put out there. But that's she put it out there quite a bit herself. To say that. And so yeah, she overreacted. He obviously overreacted.
You know what the definition of doxing is? This is how I'll just tell you. It's rhetorical. It's disseminating, releasing, and publicizing private and or public information. So that would be doxing.
Who doxed him there? Neither one of them doxed him
Put
there.
out
Or
public
something.
photos, disseminated.
No, he didn't. She accused him of it.
Well, that's what you just said. You said she put the photos out that, or that
No.
you accused him of putting the photos out and disseminating it, and you said, oh, well, she already put it out anyways.
Yeah, so who would be doxing him? She accused him of doing it.
Did you not hear the definition?
Yeah, maybe I'll say it again. She
Yeah,
accused
okay,
him.
I'll say it again. It's fine.
how would you rate his conversational skills on a scale of 1 to 10? Anyone? Anyone? 10 being the best conversational skills.
He's got one word that he repeats over and over. Like he has no personality. The guy is one of the dumbest people that's ever been on this app. And when you try to ask him questions in a debate, he doesn't respond to anything. He's got a one word reply for everything. He's like he's like Rain Man if Rain Man was like stupid and retarded.
Well, there are some things you would agree with him on, Mojo, and some of those opinions deal with Islam.
Islam's not a religion.
See, that's something I think that you and Rabbi Randy McDickerson would actually agree on.
Yeah, I don't want to find any points of agreement with that guy. He's also an anti-Semite. Lou, why are you friends with anti-Semites? Can you answer that?
Wait, were you about to say just some Jews?
One, two, three.
No, Tamo, hold on.
Huh?
Tamo, that was the Muslim
One day
response to
I
your
have
statement
nothing.
that the Muslims can marry their daughters. Subhanallah, that it was the Muslims. What's happening here? What's happening here? Oh, he's mixing up his religions.
Do I have to read the rules?
He's trying to speak English.
I'm gonna read the rules if you guys. All right, look. Go look at the rules of the House. You violated at least two of them. But please hone in on number 10. Thank you.
That's another good poll. How many people follow the rules of the house or read them?
I should add a rule that we always have the best looking moderators.
Can I can I
That's not a rule, that's a fact.
can I just say that having listened to more profanity, more racism, more hate, and more stupidity in the past couple of years out of my entire 42 years of life on this earth, it is almost like Tourette's. I mean, it actually I think could be described as Tourette's in a way because it is so stupid and so much of a waste of time that when you hear people using insane racist profanity nonstop as if they're actually like autistic, Tourette racist sufferers, it is so stupid and such a waste of time that when you listen to it, you're almost like suspended in a state of disbelief. Like, are you people like how? What is the like? What's your environment like when you use the words? Like, what is going through your life that thinks that what you're doing on this app, for like your kicks and jollies or the feedback of it? I just don't see how the feedback of what they're doing is, I mean, I guess it's just a question of like class,
But it's
and,
like
and gentlemen.
when you talk about when you poo-poo like this app and the people on it, you choose to be able to come back all the time, not just come back all the time, but you record them, not just listen to them, but you edit them and put it out there like some type of asset for you to be able to capitalize on. It's bizarre.
Well, I think think it's interesting to document the behavior that you hear on this app, not for any kind of future purpose other than to be amazed at the bullshit people actually say and the bullshit,
Well, you are
time
capitalizing
that I
on
listen
such
to it.
you are capitalizing on some stuff.
I don't see how you wouldn't be
No, I'm
because
actually not
Mr.
making any
Elias sees
money.
what he does.
I'm just
Wait,
fully
wait, wait, wait,
transparent
wait, wait.
playing a
Nobody
word
was
game.
talking at the same time. You are capitalizing on
How am I capitalizing on it then, Rohan?
Are you not
No,
capitalizing?
I'm not monetized yet on YouTube. I'm not making any money from this.
But if given the opportunity, with having lots of kids on there, you would be capitalizing, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that would be fantastic. Thank you all very little.
Right, okay. But you have stated before that you would like to go on YouTube.
Yes, 100%. I hope to monetize fully on YouTube across as many accounts as possible.
That's why I'll swing it back to you. It's like it's bizarre that you're saying people on here are naive and then stupid and conversations are ridiculously. Yet
Well, we're
you
talking
jump on
about
camera
Rabbi
here
Randy
and go
McDickerson,
like,
and
go
we're talking
wait,
about T
yes, wait,
Robs, and we're talking about
I know
Lou, and we're talking
John
about a
relax,
couple other characters on this app.
relax. I get we're getting to like an interesting point, which I'm push back on. Yeah, but it's like it's bizarre that you come on this talk here all the time. You record people.
Yeah, it's a free cast. Have you seen the show Friends? You know how much money that takes to put
So,
together?
I know he's just troll. He's a massive troll. That's all. He's just a fucking troll.
Rowan, would you also be critical about the person who owns like a slaughterhouse and has a bunch of chickens? I mean, chickens are dumb. They financially own the death of dumb chickens. I mean, would you criticize them too? I mean, John just told the same thing. He's a capitalist.
Oh,
He's
Ashley.
willing to
Yeah,
capitalize off of dumb people.
yeah.
He's not killing the chickens or
Yeah,
anything.
be mad at the chicken farmers.
Yeah.
Don't be mad at Jerry Springer. He became the mayor. I'm just trying to become a
Yeah,
congressman.
he also got a blowjob from one of my parents.
Nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with that?
Like, bro, why do you carry so much, anger for me?
Cannibalism.
I don't think it's anger. Um, I just have a level of disdain towards people who choose to be able to record other people without consent. I think it's just a low life thing to be able to do. I probably liken you to what I refer to as a mangrove, which is a low life form of vegetation with indiscriminate root existence. You don't give a damn about any fucker over, and that to me is disdainful.
He's not American, John. He doesn't understand freedom of speech.
But see, if you think a mangrove, nest of trees isn't intelligent and that it's not natural, well then I don't think you understand, the significance of the mangrove.
Oh yeah, I mean, makes an entire ecosystem for like billions of animals, maybe.
Well, I would say, first off with John, he live streams is very weird. Like his whole life. So if you've been around him even for like a little bit, then you realize like, okay, this is just a very, very odd individual. Just live streams. I mean, everything that he does. So I mean, yes, I guess people for sure could get in trouble based on like him recording or whatever. I don't see the point why he does it. I don't hate him for it. But I don't. That's not his intent.
Just to make sure you understand, I don't hate towards him. I have a level of disdain. I wouldn't give him that energy. It's sacred to me. So, no, it's not hate. I just find it.
Well, the fact that I can,
Regardless whether it's John or whether it's not John, okay, like he chooses to be able to like utilize people's assets, or they voice their ideas, their thoughts, their feelings, and to be able to capitalize from them. That's not
He's
without
not
consent.
capitalizing. It's fucking
On
Wait,
this.
do you hate the
No,
founders of Clubhouse then, Ron?
he has the intention of that. He has the absolute
No,
intention.
the founders of Clubhouse. Do you hate them for doing the same thing?
I've signed in for what I know that I've signed in for. I didn't
I
sign
just
in
think it's
for
funny that you
Being on
think
a
I'm,
public social
to
media
my
app,
voice,
talk about like people's
utilized on another
deep-seated
platform.
childhood issues on a public social media app with like, hundreds of people in the audience. They can all hear you, and you're like, but this one guy is like disseminating it over the
And
Curious. Oh no.
it's funny is you
Did
have
people take it
disdain
offline?
for me. Hold on one second. Hold on, Lucius. Hold on one second. He's addressing his disdain for me, and I gotta say, if you watch my stupid videos, they're not even that good, and nobody even watches them. So I'm just, so concerned, or really don't care that you don't like my videos and you disdain me. But I don't know. Have you heard my latest banger with Amir and whatever that other terrorist? What the fuck, Dean? Oh yeah,
Yeah, look, I
Dean.
don't watch your videos. I know it might upset you, but I don't watch your videos. I've seen a couple of them. I think they're like, I think it's disturbing that you're actually doing this, and that's your issue to be able to deal with. And like we've spoken about this before, and it's like, if you choose to be able to use this in a way that actually benefits society by highlighting people like Samir and just do that, then yeah, great, all for it. But that's not what you're about. That's
What
not
if
your
people
intention.
don't have this app and they just genuinely enjoy listening? I mean, I was in his room yesterday and he had like 190 people listen to our room and on one of his accounts, and people were asking, "Hey, what's this app?" And they're like, "Oh shit, I'm looking
And
it
it's
up."
bots. It's mostly
Yeah,
bots.
no, no, no. It was genuine people because they were like, "Free Palestine, fuck you, you
Dude, that's
kids,
probably
all
not.
the other guy." Like, yeah, I mean, they were
I,
legit people.
Question,
a
question,
couple
question,
of his
question for John. Question for John. John, how many hours you spend in Rogers? Ocho, a day.
Oh, I mean, it's as soon as I wake up till actually, I don't stop it, because when I go to sleep, I let it run, and then I reset it at about 10 a.m., 11 a.m., 12 a.m., whenever I get up.
Okay, and then you do this in other rooms too, the same amount of time.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, it's like
12 rooms
Hold
simultaneously.
on, let him talk. No interrupting.
yeah, I'm just saying that Amir, the terrorist supporter and potential terrorist, and his terrorist promotion room, I record them all night, all the time, and I just love the feedback.
There's like one or two. Is it three rooms or is it just these two? How many rooms?
Bro, it's like,
Just. No, I didn't ask you, Lou. I didn't ask you.
it's dozens of us. You just gotta
I
think
didn't ask anybody but John, so you're not covering the rules.
The easiest way to answer these questions is to spend 10, not 11, 10, not 9 minutes on my YouTube channel. The link is in my
No,
profile.
I'm not interested. I'm not interested. I'm just asking you a question. I'm just curious. I'm not trying to be. I'm not. Why don't you shut the fuck
no,
up?
yeah, it doesn't make any sense. There are like 5,000 people telling you what the answer is, and you want to hear it from him.
Yeah, okay, so Tamak, you might want to know that it's not about like one room, two rooms. He has 50 like cell phones. Oh, okay. He's actually got, yeah, like putting some context on it. It's not a matter of just one room here or there or whatever. Literally 50, over 50 cell phones actively doing things. It's bizarre.
It's almost too fed to be a fed. That's the only reason I'm fed. It's like just too fed-ish.
Oh no, I was a Fed up until May
Yeah, I
of
know.
this
Yeah,
year.
federal government, but like, you know what I mean when I say fed.
Well, I worked for one of the largest federal agencies with a $70 billion a year budget, employing almost 80,000 people, enforcing one of the biggest shakedown operations in human history. I'm just asking, has anybody seen any videos on my YouTube channel recently? Link is in my profile.
No, I mean, yeah.
No, but I did actually try one day to get like some hour-long live stream. I didn't watch the live stream, but I was kind of curious. I was like, I wonder if these models are advanced enough to be able to, and if the quality of the audio quality is enough, good enough, which it's not. Imagine just
Hold on. We have a poll at the top of the room. If people want to reply to it, that'd be great.
look at that, he's winning. He's winning. You're winning the election, Joe. Good job.
Well, what is 1 times 100,000? you go on YouTube and you actually spend a little bit of time researching, for many, many years, people have been live streaming and screen recording and, you know, doing a concerted effort to put Clown House onto YouTube. And
What was his name? Rabbit something?
yeah, I actually do look at that Tom
Tom
Brady
Rabbit.
account, but it's just like listening to Clown House, and it's like him doing a lot of work creating those videos. And I think he's got 8,000 subscribers, but you know, I just can't listen to that shit. I'd rather come here and have a live conversation.
If you think this is a live conversation, you think this is my part.
John, do you consider this like a little bit of your like live radio talk show?
It is. This is like me doing what I would like to do at CBS, ABC, and NBC, but that's
You're
just
like
not
Dr. Drew.
possible. Yeah, I believe in harmony and de-escalation, and I want to bring peace to the interwebs.
You really believe that, John? You really believe that?
Yeah, breathing.
That's what I
It's
want.
called
Yeah, he's a
breathing.
Taoist. He believes in it.
You really believe that? You really...
It's the truth of the earth.
Want to do something versus like whether or not you think you'll actually be successful in it.
I just feel like the problem is people ask questions.
With the people don't read books.
Well, if you read the books, it teaches you to stop asking so many questions.
Yeah, you clearly never looked at John's live stream.
This guy's fucking, he's like, in my opinion, he's the most intelligent dude on this app. Say something told back to me, he's very intelligent. We somehow caught him in that like non-roll mood. Or he's some kind of high on mushrooms or something. So it's,
No, it's just
What are you
like,
talking to? Me here or him?
see, if I'm more intelligent, it's really only because I've gone to great lengths to do conditioning amongst all of you. And it's honestly all just a joke. No, it is. It's all comedy. That's what I don't think people understand is everything I'm
well,
doing.
your comedy's horrible.
Well, that's okay. You
That's
know,
not
the criticism of a comic, the point is, I agree with you. I think a lot of it is terrible comedy, but that's why you realize that everything is basically clips, impressions, and you get the best extract,
it's
and then
okay.
it's the best
I know
stuff.
it's terrible.
The thing is, if I film 1,000 hours, only 10 minutes or 5 minutes of it is even really fucking funny. So, I mean, that's life. That's a compression.
Wait, you said it's about you. You think it might be the chum that you hang out with whose wife's actually in the same room as you're recording? Interesting. Ask him for a friend. Axie.
Use your friend.
See, I have a different YouTube channel that you don't know about where I've been recording you and Nick Dickerson and T. Robs for many years now. It's called Low IQ Down Syndrome Racists with Tourette's. It's one of my most popular YouTube channels. I did ask some people at the bar tonight, what are the 5 words you can't say in polite society? And we came up with the acronym C fuckins. Now, you can't use one of the words in this room, which is the N word, but all the other ones, it's open game. But I'm just saying that the acronym C fuckins is the 5 English words you cannot say in polite society.
You could say cunt though. You could say cunt.
Yeah, what's the U?
Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Take the U out. It's just CFKNS.
I don't want to be left out.
You could say utilitarian.
Wait, I thought you could
just created a new AI Sunu song called "Excuse Me, Can I Ask a Question?" Does anybody want to hear it?
You should sprinkle it for us. Wait, I don't know if you You sound like a faggot, motherfucker. It's amazing. It's amazing. White faggots.
No, you can't say the K word. That word has been ruled illegal in the MUF. I like the fact that we have achieved a state of parity where I don't even need an anonymous account to live stream the room. I'm just, accepted as being, the Clown House live streamer. I mean, do you think people get a kick out of knowing that they're on my YouTube as opposed to saying, I disdain you? Do you think some people are like, I think it's hilarious that he's recording everybody? And like, that's me
Well,
on that video.
I think the driver enjoys it. I don't know if he's still awake.
See, I would get a dopamine kick out of somebody sending me a clip of me talking on their YouTube channel, but that has yet to surface.
I think eventually people will realize how much AI is advanced, and that's when they might use earlier uploaded videos to do really not cool things. Which frankly I'm kind of surprised that hasn't happened yet.
I
your shit, doing, what you do with that. So I would just ask you to consider that, respectfully. But I think that, Agent, in your criticism of this, I don't think that you've adapted to the new world, which is streaming these rooms is going to happen whether you like it or not. And you could question the ethics of it, but when you start balancing the fact that he will why is this person not on mute? Jesus Christ. When you start balancing the fact that he would stream a room where you may speak in it, and maybe you would have wished that he didn't, against the fact that that he's streaming terror sympathizers that are potentially terrorists themselves, that might even be plotting terrorist attacks, and he's streaming it, and this is now accessible for law enforcement agencies globally. I would actually, I'm now in the camp that with all the trolling that he's done of me, all of the inconvenience, all of the times that I've asked him, like, hey, can you not? We have no replays on. We'd rather you not. At this point, I think not only does the good outweigh the bad, but I think that potentially he's got the ability to emerge as a hero. If there's an arrest made of these people on Clubhouse that are talking about their advocacy for terrorism, I think John becomes a hero. I think he can be praised publicly, and it would be worth it. And then what's the counter to that? I was inconvenienced because the stupid point I was making on Clubhouse was streamed to 100 other people. I think the good outweighs the bad.
I am the modern day Travis Bickle of Clownhouse. That's a reference to Scorsese's Taxi Driver.
He's also not funny. I've never heard him say anything funny.
Comedy is subjective.
I think he tries to be. That's makes it so
I
bizarre.
think he thinks he's funny.
No, I think he enjoys irritating people.
I was gonna say to your point about whether you like it or not, it's always gonna be streamed. I feel the same way. Like I feel like no matter what you do, if it's semi-public, even probably someone's screen recording this right now, other than us. Like you said, you're streaming it to your computer. Somebody's probably secretly recording this shit in the comments. I saw a screen recording of a video of someone getting your ass whooped on live, but it had 6 viewers. So somebody was screen recording it with 6 viewers.
I think if he wanted to like blackmail someone or fuck someone up, but I mean he has the content. It's not as close.
You think I have the content? Like, there's nothing really there that I've recorded. I think I'm more of a mind virus because this is an audio app, and you give me more credit than I'm due. Because if you really do just a quick survey of my 30 YouTube accounts, you'll rapidly get burned out and leave. So it's not actually very hypnotic material, and the subscriber counts don't complement what I'm doing. So it's almost just like a personal vendetta now against people who like to waste their time and have useless conversations.
I'd like to hear Agent. Can you make your strongest critique of this, which I might have agreed with prior to the app making its changes, but Agent, what's your biggest objection?
He has violated the ethics. It's not about the morality. It's not about the legality. I just think, or let's call it etiquette. People repeatedly have asked him politely, who have been mods like you, top left mods, so many people, and so many other people who we enjoy, people I consider friends, have politely requested that hey, can you just not stream my room? And he
anonymous room, and the moderator cannot toss them from the room. So even if the room was in agreement, hey, do we want this to be streamed? And we're like, nah, probably not. Okay, great, let's remove them. I used to have that ability. You can ask John. He's been tossed from my room many times and blocked with all of the accounts. He's probably amazed by how quickly and how easily I used to spot some of his accounts. It was a game of cat and mouse. It was catch me if you can. But my question for you is, now that the app has made this modification, saying that they want this to happen, they're not saying that it's not that it's, they're literally, they designed a feature that people get to pay for that gives you the ability to do this and restricts the ability from the creator of the room to do anything about it. So now knowing that Clubhouse has done that, what is your thought about that?
Well, I am disappointed by this product decision by Clubhouse that has, I don't know if they thought about it this way when they made the product decision. I think they thought it, like, I've been blocked from there are many racists and bigots on this app who block me from rooms. And, you know, so anyway, if I wanted to pay, I could sit in some other rooms. That's one thing. I still think it's about etiquette of streaming. Even the racists who block me, it's like, it is just poor etiquette for if I were to stream those racists.
But you could go to my
Right.
YouTube and get access to those races, so you don't have to pay the
understand,
$5
but
a month. It's a service. I'm providing curated content for your enjoyment. It's the same content you're getting here. I'm just distributing it now. It's the basis of capitalism, competition.
I don't think
I just don't like it.
Okay, so there.
You could have just said that from the outset. Could have been like, I don't like John. There you go.
Yeah, there's only one logical argument against it, is that John hasn't paid a licensing fee to Clubhouse. That's it. I mean, outside of that,
I think
your
he's just an
emotion, your
asshole.
feelings, all that shit doesn't matter. It's not illegal, and there's nothing unethical about it. We give up our data all the time, every day. Right now, your ISP has your data. So, I mean, a lot of this has been fake outrage for many years about it. But I do live in a state where, I can record conversations I'm part of. Now, you can make an argument that maybe he eavesdrops in conversations that he's not part of, and that would violate eavesdropping laws. But outside of that, Agent, you really haven't made any good points. I'm giving you the 2 points you could make.
Welcome
I'll
to the
add them
stage,
to my list of
Marvin.
points. I mean, you're all making good points. Anyway.
See,
I
I'm
was just saying, welcome to the stage, Marvin.
You gotta also understand my perspective. Like, I welcome any lawsuits against me with regards to what I'm doing, because I think whoever brings suit against me would be wasting their fucking time. And most likely, those people probably also might waste their time in other ways.
Go ahead, Marvin.
I'm just laughing at this conversation.
So what do you think about it, Marvin?
I think it's a non-starter. I think it's a waste.
Agent, pick another one.
I think it's a non-starter, waste of time. I think there are more interesting and important things to discuss. Because bottom line is, it's an opt-in platform. It's not. This isn't your private conversation in your house. It's it. Full stop.
Thank you for that, Marvin.
Also, I think the app's enabled this for a long time. Really, if you think about it, like if they if this was something they really weren't about, like what? I'm sure John, you've probably been banned hundreds of times if you're making all these new
Yeah,
accounts.
50 times at least. I'm just wondering, is there anything I ever recorded that actually had repercussions for anyone you've ever heard of on this
No,
app?
never.
And it's only because you have so many fucking recordings, nobody wants to sit there and go through all of it.
I know someone who now, when you Google their name, it shows up.
A hallucination.
Yeah, I mean, it's like just like before when they kind of rolled out AI, where you could like hold down for a summary, but it would be like one of 10 different templates where it's basically it's
Well,
just
last time I used ChatGPT and I asked them about Louise Tickles or whatever, Louis Tickles. I said,
it's like
what do
just
you know about
close.
him? Yeah, I know. And when I asked them about him, they just said he's friends with a chomo, and that's all it says.
I mean, it's the same thing with Google.
Oh, you got a bunch of wind noise. You have a bunch of wind noise. I said.
Well, Jeffrey Epstein said it's not what you know, but who you come in contact with. Well, there is still a subconscious social clout chasing game that's even happening right now. You know, the green beans, this belief that you can, as a mod or have these followers, like that's still kind of in this game to a certain extent. No, no, 100%. I'm just saying that it's like an illusion that green bean or the social club means anything. I mean, not really, because in terms of mass communication, like technically, like all the accounts that I've had deleted, or big accounts deleted, it's like it'd be cool to have an audience, but even when you have thousands of followers on this app, if you create a room, it's like still nobody even comes in. There's something about that mojo magic or that positive vibration and intelligence that people seem to enjoy.
Yeah, so John, I just looked on ChatGPT. This is Congressman John Kitover has been active on Clubhouse, particularly in political discussions and debates. There's even a video titled "Political Theater Clubhouse Democrats versus Congressman John Kitover" on YouTube. It seems he's quite active in political conversations on the platform. So even ChatGPT knows everything about you, John.
They don't know everything about him. That's nothing about him. I look
I
myself up.
guarantee if I continue asking questions, it'll continue giving me more information.
Go ahead, double agent. Share some more
No, no,
secrets
no, I will
about me,
not
double
ask.
agent.
I will ask a question.
Well, what do you know about me, double agent? Go ahead and share something about me that you
I
think is
don't care about you.
controversial.
I know that you're an annoying troll and doxer.
Is that my life? Is that my career? Is I'm an annoying person, a troll, and a doxer? Like, is that a career actually? Like in some handbook
Hey,
somewhere?
you should put that in your bio. John, put that in your bio.
You know, the thing, John, here's the thing. For a while, you were spouting this thing of like, oh, Adrian Dittman is Elon Musk. And you were really on about that. And you were wrong about that.
No, I was not. I have hundreds of Elon Musk videos.
Bro, I sent you the fucking video.
I can send you playlists right now of Elon Musk's talking nonstop for hundreds of videos. It's 100% Elon Musk. Adrian Dittman is his pen name or his burner account on X.
But what do you think about the room in which they were both in there, and Elon's mom was there, and Elon's mom couldn't even distinguish the voice, and she was laughing about it. You don't like go check that room out and then tell me what you think.
I've already sent him a video of that. He still thinks it's.
All I can say is watch my videos of Adrian Dittman, aka Elon Musk. Elon Musk knows who John Kitover is, and he hates John Kitover. You think I'm a troll on here and annoying? Trust me, I live rent free in Elon Musk's brain now because I have so many videos of him talking in unrecorded rooms on X. I mean, it's amazing some of my playlists where you're like, wow, this is really stupid.
Well, if Elon hates you, you know, I defer to Elon in many things. And I'm glad to know that he and I are also aligned on this topic.
Yeah, this wasn't, believe me, I recorded him, a lot. Yeah, he knows who I am. He's blocked like 20 of my ex accounts. I am blocked from being friends with Adrian Dittman. You know, you can ask Rock, who's the most famous person to visit my profile? It says Adrian Dittman did. And then if you ask Rock, who is Adrian Dittman? It says it's most definitely some guy in Fiji. Okay.
Oh my god. There are a lot of people that believe that, like, early on. But it's like,
Yeah, when I first entered the room, I was like, oh, it's Elon. I wanted to get on stage and ask Elon a question. And then, you know, I did have to listen for a bit to then be like, oh, it's not Elon.
Well, when I first heard him, I was like, oh my god, this is. Anyways, this is a pointless conversation because now I can hear birds on my windowsill fucking making a nest. I mean, I've had this conversation a gazillion times. It's the same thing, but I could show you the playlist and you'd be like, yeah, that sure does sound like Elon.
John, who's your favorite athlete to stream?
I like Goat. He's definitely my favorite target on this app. He's a target-rich individual. No, I find Goat to be particularly obnoxious in his snobbiness.
Someone sent me a text message, unsolicited, with a photograph of Goat from real life, and I was just like, come on, man. Like, it was completely unsolicited, but it's hilarious.
By the way, I'm curious. His thing, like, I was in a room and he started playing some copyrighted music because he thought that would kick you out of the room. Does that work?
Yeah, it does work. I have to immediately turn the volume down because you only have like a couple seconds before it kicks in like a copyright.
Roger, here's a reference, an old song. If you'd seen a picture of Mila, you would tell her that she shouldn't cry.
Hey, girls. I heard she left the app.
Yeah, her boyfriend. Well, her boyfriend is married to another chick with kids. He's kind of a dick.
Is it a throuple?
Who's this Bima, you said?
No, he's supposed to be leaving her, but it's one of those things where he's a truck driver.
You know, I just want to go back to what Agent said, that I am a doxer and an extremely annoying person. And I just got to say that if we had a lot more Congress people and senators who were like that, we wouldn't be in the fiscal crisis we're in right now.
I mean, even I'll concede, I would bet, as much as you annoy me, I would still take you probably over 80% of Congress.
His whole life is basically fucking live streams.
Wait, Agent, do you live in the United States or no?
Occasionally I do.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
No, you don't think so.
I'll dox myself, yes.
Well, no, I mean, it's not doxing yourself. Be like, yeah, I'm a U.S. citizen, passport holder, you know.
I didn't know that until I heard it today.
It narrows me down, yeah. I will not be voting for John Kitover.
Well, then you gotta fork it over.
I can't wait to do the campaign fundraising rooms.
Yeah, we've got a new campaign website popping up soon. We're using the same platform that Thomas Massey is using.
Wait, what did I make up? Nine and Randy.
Is an anecdote. Anecdote, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Was that not?
I mean, honestly, that makes it so much more frustrating. You actually you're aligning yourself with one of my most favorite congressmen.
Wait a minute, guys. The moderator was talking. What'd you say now?
Your story about Beaver.
Oh no, that was 100% accurate. I said I don't know why she dropped out though. I was speculating that it's probably the reason because her boyfriend's an asshole. I've communicated with him. He's a real lovely guy.
Nazis based. Nazi too.
I like him. I mean, I like them a lot, and I saw this interview with him recently. Something piece on him recently. He lives in the Senate parking lot. He just has a camper van, and he lives in that because he just does. I don't know. He just doesn't want to have. And he's got solar panels on that thing. He's got raw milk that he drives in from Tennessee or wherever. And then back home on his homestead or farm or whatever, he's got
we came up with a new slogan at the bar tonight. It's called "Vote Kitover before it's all over."
That one's worse than the fork it over that I gave you. It's too long.
He was saying that, like, yeah, every member of Congress, they'll have a con, and then they'll be like, oh, I'll have to talk to my APAC guy. They have to run everything through
Well, she's talking right now.
Roger, is this fucking retard breaking one of the rules, talking over a moderator?
There are many organizations that lobby Washington on behalf of relationships with other countries. I mean, we could go, if you'd like to know all of the Arab organizations, or the people that work on the American-Saudi relationship, or the American-French relationship. APAC is not the only one. It is also not a very, if you look at the value, the amount of money that's spent by lobbies, it ain't in the top 10, it ain't in the top 20, it ain't in probably the top 50 in terms of the amount of money that there's raised as a lobbyist. You look at who the top lobbyist groups are, if you know anything about lobbying in the United States. Take a look at the realtors, take a look at the pharmacies, or different pharmaceutical companies, take a look at AARP. Gun lobbies haven't been that strong anymore. I mean, there's that Blue Cross. Blue Cross is like one of the top in the country. I mean, there's just so many other organizations.
I mean, it's fascinating to me when the name APAC comes up. When you ask them about, like, do they have a problem with
I lost you, Roger. I didn't hear what you said.
That's right. Oh, hey, Abby, I got a question while Roger's in the Matrix. Hey, this other anti-Semitic piece of shit, Abdullah, was saying that APEC's not registered with the FARA. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, it's not a foreign agency. They're lobbying for the American-Israel relationship. Again, they are not under FARA is what you're talking about, and they're not for the same reason. Should CAIR, CAIR, lobby, should they be registered? As they go in and lobby for the Arab relationship. There are people that I know someone that is registered as a Saudi FARA. I know someone who's registered as a Qatari one, but they don't work for these organizations. They go in specifically for that country. Again, this is completely different. And there are other groups that go in. I mean, I go in and I'm going in under the RJC. We go in and talk about safety in our campuses for Jews. I mean, is there a problem with that one? We go in and talk about anti-Semitism and about different issues that we have as Jews in America. Does he think that should be registered?
you gotta remember, Abby, just to qualify this, that guy, his best friend on this app, is an anti-Semite. It's a guy that said that he wanted to have sex with Ann Here's daughter, who's 11 years old. Like that's the kind of company that guy keeps. And so it's not surprising that that he would hold these ignorant positions. But the interrogation of these people, when you start asking him like what other lobbying groups, he didn't even know them. The only lobbying group that he's even aware that exists was the one that advocates for a relationship between the U.S. and Israel. Which, by the way, there's a lot of things that APAC asks for that I think are bad ideas, and I think are bad ideas for Israel, in my opinion. For example, funding. I think that when you fund a country, you're getting some control and some influence, and I think that's a bad idea. I think that's terrible.
It's not the focus. I mean, the focus, believe it or not, is not on the appropriations as much as the ability to purchase. Okay, so it's when they're talking about money, a lot of it has the right to purchase, and it's also
Sure.
you know,
Sure. What I'm getting at here, and this is like, you know, like as much as I'm pro-Israel, I think in being pro-Israel, I think it would benefit Israel if the U.S. gave them no money, gave them no vouchers for the weapons. Israel is a wealthy country; they can buy the weapons. In fact, they're highly capable of designing weapons. They're
Abdullah, how do you
but I
feel
don't
about
want
the
to be
state of
titled in
Israel?
anything. What is
Yeah,
that?
how do you feel about the state
Wait,
of
hold on,
Israel?
hold on.
Personally,
Hold on,
everyone,
hold on. Abdullah, I'm trying to help you out. Mute your fucking mic. I'm trying to help you. Listen, the rules didn't get thrown out just because fucking you disagree with someone. Rule number 4, rule number 5, if you guys need to get a refresher on it. We're not going to interrupt. We're going to keep shares short. So, Rich, I would just ask you to pay attention to rule number 5.
So I'm going.
Okay, I apologize. I was just frustrated with the revert.
Okay, APAC is not registered under FARA. APAC is a lobbying group focused on promoting the close relationship between the United States and Israel. It does not operate as a foreign agent under FARA's definition. FARA's registration is required for individuals or organizations that act as agents of foreign principles, including governments and political or like a quasi-political activity within the U.S. AIPAC's activities, which is advocating for policies that benefit Israel, are generally considered domestic lobbying efforts rather than direct representation of the foreign government. We don't have Netanyahu or someone in Israel saying, go on our behalf and represent us. These are U.S. citizens that are going in and advocating for the relationship between the two countries. What will better as for us as American citizens. We're not going in on behalf of the country. There are people that do that that go in directly. I know a person that is registered for Saudi and goes in and directly lobbies for Saudi. It's completely different. And no, there's no requirement. But I ask you, should CARE be registered? What do you think?
Well, for me, honestly, any lobby that serves the benefit on the benefits of another country should actually be signed the FAR Act. So that is my point of view. I'm not really against the lobbying idea because lobbyist existence since forever. You know what I mean? But I'm against the idea if you're serving the benefit of another country or the relationship between the U.S. and another country, sign the act so you can follow all the policies that goes under it. That is all I'm saying.
Dealing with the relationship. Do you know what the U.S. receives from Israel? It's a relationship. It's a five-part artist. I'm not getting my words out. It's very late. It's a relationship that Israel is gaining from the U.S. and the U.S. is gaining from Israel in these treaties, in these relationships. But the people that go are U.S. citizens. They're not professional lobbyists that go knocking on the doors. And then other groups like the RJC going in mostly talking about what happens to Jews who just have lovely things like, let's see, we had a synagogue yesterday, got firebombed, burned to the ground in New Jersey. We had an Israeli beat up, another Israeli murdered. That's just within last week in the United States. Then another guy, American, in St. Louis, came home. Car was bombed, firebombed, house attacked. This all in the last week. We go in to try to make sure that stuff doesn't happen, and that there are laws strong to protect them.
If APAC is serving only to
Is
the
it back
United
to be
States,
registered as a
it's-
foreign agent?
if-
Like,
if-
we're worried that our synagogues don't get burned? You think we have to register? Huh? You think so?
Well,
I asked you that.
Okay, I'm trying to answer you. So basically, if FARA is serving the Jews in the United States, it's benefiting the U.S. citizens. Now, if it's working on the relationships between the U.S. and the Israeli government, then they would have to register under FARA. That's what I believe in.
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
Again, it's an opinion. For me, for me, honestly, I believe that if they're serving the U.S. citizens, for an ethnicity or a religious group that is lobbying for the U.S. citizens, that's fine. But again, that's my opinion, your opinion. I'm not really here to argue. I'm just here to listen to both of you. That's it.
Hey, Abby, I
security.
The reason I asked is that I mean, so you would be familiar with Farah, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I was just checking.
I mean, there are people that register in FARA. I'm telling you, I know someone who's registered on behalf of the Saudis. He's a lawyer. His law firm represents Saudi in the United States, and what their needs are, he's registered. But a bunch of people from, that come in from Milwaukee or come in from Chicago to go meet with their senator and talk about the American-Israel relationship do not have to register. And now, I mean, what APAC anyway has changed so much of what they do. It's really now fundraising for elections. Like it's almost primarily, they don't have big policy conferences. They really, like the entire organization shifted, and it's election fundraising to around the country. A lot of primaries when there is someone that is probably like the dude on stage. If he decides to run for Congress, we would raise a lot of money to make sure he doesn't win. APAC is doing.
God bless APAC for that.
Yeah. Successes, Jamal Bowman, getting him out and primarying him with a much better candidate. Successes, Cori Bush, primarying her and getting in Wesley Bell, much better candidate. Successes, Chantal Brown, primarying Nina Turner and getting Chantal Brown in. Two cycles on that. Those are successes.
When you say Cory, actually, Cory Booker, that's one where it's tough because I know he's super pro-Israel, but
He's
he's
very, we
terrible.
support him. We endorse him.
I know, but he's terrible for the country, and he needs to be primary.
It's why I said I do RJC because let me back up. APAC is bipartisan, supports, absolutely bipartisan, supports candidates from both parties. For me personally, I like doing work for the RJC because my issues are more very domestic related issues. And I'm a Republican, but APAC supports both parties. And they endorse, Cory Booker's an endorsed candidate. He's someone who is it's the late at night, I'm sorry, forgetting my words. He's an incumbent that is a pro-Israel incumbent, and that's their policy. They will support his election. Sometimes they get stuck, like in the last senatorial election in Pennsylvania, because they had to support a pro-Israel incumbent, but the person running against him, who thank God won, was a much better candidate for Jewish issues in the United States. But they couldn't put money towards him because the incumbent had been pro-Israel incumbent. So Google the top 10 lobbies, you can learn about it, and then learn about FARA. success rate. RJC has an excellent success rate, but that's Republicans dealing with Republicans. I mean, yes, we have people that are the fringe, like Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene, that we don't have a success rate with, but majority of
But
Republicans.
Massey's one of our best people in Congress. I just have to underscore that.
I don't think so at all, but we can disagree on that. I mean, some of my favorites in Congress, some are Democrats too, that are excellent. I'd like to see someone who crosses the aisle, gets legislation done, answers the needs of the constituents. I mean, there's some excellent members of Congress.
But what is wrong with someone like Massey, who, when it comes to government spending, is taking
And you would do that.
well, he takes the very real threat of the U.S. debt, which is currently $37 trillion, and if you include unfunded liabilities, there's $100 trillion in debt. Like, I think that the Congress people that ignore this are negligent. And even if I agree with the Congress people on other issues, that is the most important issue, period, point blank. There is not a single issue in American politics more important than the debt. And Thomas Massey's got the best track record there.
Yes, but he also is counters on almost every other vote, on votes that don't have to deal with financial, just to be a naysayer. I mean, I don't want to get into it, but you can look at the present administration and how they feel about him, but he counters
Well,
almost every vote.
Yeah, but
It's not just on money.
But the present administration are anti-capitalist demagoguery fucking fascists. Like Donald Trump versus Thomas Massey in terms of like who wants the best for this country. It's not even a contest.
And Massey's kind of adopted, he's the successor to Ron Paul, basically, of like just voting no to everything. You know, it's not, and he has nothing against Israel. He's not, just like everything, he wants to stop the spending of the Congress, and he doesn't want the U.S. basically, I think he's more or less an isolationist. He doesn't want U.S.
There's not
any other country.
There's not a single person in Congress that's an isolationist. He's a non-interventionist. There's a big difference.
Right, but he doesn't support basically sending money to any other country, military. I mean, I think he would pull out of
We shouldn't. If anybody reads the Constitution, there is not a constitutional argument for foreign aid. Period.
But yeah, I mean, he's not like Rashida Tlaib. He's not against Israel. He's like, yeah, Israel should do whatever it wants, and absolutely should do whatever it needs to.
I mean, you could say it's funding, but like he votes against the Iron Dome, so things like that.
He's against the funding of it.
Yeah, and he would say Israel should definitely build it.
It was a joint project with Raytheon and Rafael.
Right. You could disagree with him, but the positions that he takes, and there's some things that I disagree with him too, but when it comes to any type of spending that's out of step with the Constitution, he votes no. And dollars to Iran, for example. And so clearly, if gun put to my head, give money to our allies or give money to our enemies, I'll give it to the allies all day. That being said, there's a strong argument to be made that we shouldn't give it to anyone. The argument that then gets made is that, oh, well, you have to go by influence, and if we don't do it, then somebody else will. And, and so essentially what happens is American taxpayer dollars leave the U.S. to do all kinds of crazy shit that has nothing to do with the scope of what of what the federal government is supposed to be doing. There's certainly not the authority, in the Constitution to allow the wealth transfer from American taxpayers to foreign governments. And I think at very least people should look at
had ways of, they had these types of people around. You had like Barbary Pirate.
Yeah, we were dealing with
There
the
wasn't
Barbary
any
Pirates.
care that
We wouldn't have even had a navy if it wasn't for the Barbary Pirates. So absolutely, like protecting the sea lanes, hugely important. Like when Biden was in office, this one should have been the sign for everybody. And I don't care what your politics are. When the Houthis were attacking the cargo ships and then attacking U.S. warships, we should have unleashed fucking hell on the Houthis. There shouldn't have been a single fucking Houthi militant, breathing within 48 hours of those attacks. Like we should have just wiped them off planet Earth.
Yeah, I think it should have been pretty bad for people. I mean, anyway, I mean, similar to what is going to happen in Gaza. I mean, it's very expensive, but you've got to just take these populations, terrorist populations, and you have to filter them out and remove anyone who's going to continue to cause problems and completely disarm them, completely defang and deterrorize.
I'll
Hey,
say
Roger, I got a question for you. What was
Well,
your name then?
hold on.
I don't follow that call.
Hold on.
No, the new proposal's 2 months, and it's Gaza City, which is about 1 million in population in Gaza City. They've not touched Gaza City, so it's intact. It's where the hub of Hamas is. It's where we think the hostages are now. And during that 2-month period, it's going to be moving the citizens out, getting them into safety. Israel's going in like the Army Corps of Engineers and building up makeshift hospitals and distribution centers and housing centers in the 2-month period. Before they even go in and do one strike, they've got to stabilize the population that's there and then go in and take out what's left, of the terrorist blocks that are in there that'll be in Gaza City. And it'll only be until everyone's moved out. And I think it's about 2 months before that can happen.
Well, I will add this. If Donald Trump leaves office and the IRGC is still in power in Iran, he will be a miserable fucking failure. If the IRGC is permitted to still have power in Iran, Donald Trump can go fuck himself.
Well, that's supportive
Up to
of
the people of Iran, though, at the end of the day, like, we bombed, like, there was the hope with this latest thing that the people would rise up, but the people prefer the devil they know. They prefer the IRGC to chaos.
Well, what we have to do is we have to educate them, and we have to deprogram the people that are, some people are just victims of, being born into a pedophile death cult. I mean, like, you've literally got a population of people that believe that the perfect man that's ever walked the earth is a
this like multi-headed god, but the same one.
Angel, let me ask you this: did the Prophet Muhammad marry a 6-year-old girl?
Wasn't she 9 or something?
No, she was 9 when he fucked her, and he was 54 at the time. But was she 6 when he married her? Answer: according to her, yes.
I assume that he did. Yeah, I assume he did what you're saying.
Yeah. So Aisha is a respected scholar in Islam, and she's the one that made the claim that she married him when she was 6, and that they consummated when she was 9. I would just say that that's foul, and it's a big problem. But that's not even their biggest problem. If this is how bad of a religion it is, or a cult, I should say, that the pedophilia is not even the worst part. If you disagree with them, if you disagree with any of it, they want to kill you.
I'm just saying, like, that doesn't happen everywhere. I haven't seen that in Indonesia. I spent some time there.
I don't know. I can tell you, like in Thailand, that portion of Thailand is completely different and repressed. And I don't know if I agree with you on that, but what we see
targets tourists and it tells them what is acceptable for public behavior, including dress that should not be tight-fitting or revealing. And so, like, they do have public decency laws, Abby. Now, if you,
I've gone to business meetings there. When I go to business meetings there, I'm wearing a dress that is to my knee. And I come.
What is business meetings? What does that even mean?
Excuse me, can I just say something? I was born in Saudi Arabia. I have family in Saudi Arabia.
I
I
cover
do
my
agree with
shoulders
Abby.
in a business meeting, but if I go to the mall, I'm in a t-shirt and jeans. I'm sorry, go ahead.
wait, hold on. Abdullah, then why does WWE, something I know for a fucking fact, why are the women that wrestle in Saudi Arabia required to wear full covering and not show any skin? Answer that question.
Yeah, sure. So basically, the Saudis are actually transforming the whole law. Back in the days when I was born, yes, there was a lot of limitation. Women couldn't drive. But when Mohammed bin Salman came in, he actually tried to change and just kind of open applying the cultural concepts in there. There's a lot of cultural constraints. So they're not really trying. They can't just go ahead and change all the laws that was, that was enforced back in the days. But he's slowly doing that. And I do believe that if Abby's saying that she was able to wear a bikini in Saudi Arabia, she went there recently. It's not like a long time.
November.
Yeah. So basically, yes, if it's recent, there is a lot of development that is happening. I have family members over there actually, and I was born there. And we lived there for 13 years. We were in Vietnam and Riyadh. So still around Mecca and Medina, she cannot do that. I don't know if she cannot. There's no way. Yeah, but
Alula, I could, and in along the Red Sea, and definitely in Alula, which is more international tourism.
yeah, so basically over there, they're changing the laws. They give it more freedom to women to do whatever they want. But it's slowly happening. It's a slow transition. They just can't go and force that because there is these families that that contributed to the law that they have to slowly change and transition into a more open-minded. So I personally disagree with some of that laws and all that stuff, but recently they started to change.
I've been now 3 trips, and each trip I saw it more and more liberalized. So exactly what you're saying. But when I had business in Riyadh, and you'll understand this, we're working on Diriyah, so you understand why I was there. And at the meetings and such that we're doing for Diriyah, I'm in like a dress, like a sheet, like a Ralph Lauren dress to my knees, not to my ankles, and I would have like a cardigan on or a blazer when I'm in a meeting. But I'd probably wear that at a business meeting anywhere. But definitely going out to dinner in Riyadh and walking the streets, I'm totally in Western clothes. And that's the changes. Yes.
Yeah, and it's becoming a very beautiful. They're trying to motivate, tourism, and they actually building the project called The Line, and hope by 2030 they'll be done with it. So they're trying so hard to change all that. It's not like it's time.
In Saudi Arabia, the American side, when people work in Saudi Arabia, diplomats leave, then there's the regular side. Anyway, I'm not even arguing with you. I want you to leave, but say what you mean to me.
Where's in Diriyah? It's not one side or the other. You have no idea what Diriyah is, do you?
Hold on. I'm telling you. Anyway, there's no need. You go and
You
begin in
don't know
Saudi
what it
Arabia.
is. You don't know what it is.
I don't know what is. What I said, I didn't hear you.
Diriyah is the very, very large development. It's a $53 billion development of 300 restaurants, 40 high-end hotels, and I forget how many housing units. It's several tens of thousands of housing units. It's built. It's a new city. It's the whole new city that they're building. That one's in Riyadh. They're building 8 of these gigacities around Saudi. There's also ones along the coast. Neom is one along the Red Sea coast. These are the new cities. And it's people from all over that are living in them.
Abby, would you have like a cover for going out in certain areas of public?
I would never go near a mosque. weren't able to do that there. You know, she's helped with like women as they get into sports in Saudi to be able to compete as Westerners compete. And there's different facets of that society that are changing, and there's people that are like championing the change over there. And it's going to take probably a whole generation at least, maybe more, for it to really westernize. But they are absolutely loosening things up. They want tourism in there. They want their country to westernize. That's the dream of 2030, the vision of
They want American dollars, but they
Right.
but they want American dollars. Hold on. They want American dollars, but they still subscribe to a pedophile death cult. These are the facts.
I'm not, all I'm saying is the experience that I had, what their deep philosophy is, I'm not opining on it. I'm just saying that they definitely are opening up, it's important to them, and it's important to bring in international tourism into their country. They're trying to get out of just being in the petrol business. They're taking their sovereign wealth fund and they're expanding it, they're giving a lot of money, investing it into lots of different businesses, tech businesses. They're trying to bring that element into their country. But when you go to destinations there, like Alula, which is absolutely magnificent, and I would say a place on earth you should, you know, if you ever get a chance to see, it's a combination of like Petra and Sedona. It's something. I mean, it's all tourists there, and they're dressed as like, you know, people going hiking and touring. It's not this repressed feeling. And definitely doing business in Riyadh. And, you know, the first trip I went, I brought all the headgear. I thought I'd have to be all covered up, but I never wore any of it. So.
Well, Riyadh is exactly where they had the last WWE event.
Yeah, I mean, but I wasn't wrestling. I was there doing business.
Right, but why would you require women to fully clothe themselves? What's up with that? You gotta cover your arms.
I don't disagree with you. I hope they change it. I think the person I said I met with, who's on the Olympic Committee, I think that's part of her charge is to get things lightened up and loosened up. Abdullah, you know who I'm talking about? He's still there?
Yeah, say that again.
The Princess Rima is on the Olympic Committee. The International Olympic Committee.
I'm not really familiar.
Anyway, there's people within the system there that are really trying to change it, and definitely the guy at the top is trying to change it. That's his charge, and he clashes with his father over it, who's more traditional.
I'm not forgiving the Saudis in my life.
Okay, there's a movie. It's easy to watch. It's like an hour long. It's called The Saudi Women's Driving School, and it starts out with the premise of now 50% of the country has to learn how to drive, and how do you teach them? So how they actually set up these stadiums with hundreds and hundreds of cars to teach these women to drive. But the movie is really more about the changes there and the modernization.
That's the propaganda movie, man. Come on, man.
So I looked it up. It's in the chat. It's going in the chat anyway. It's from 2019. And if you guys want to not like the Middle Eastern countries that have enacted true horrors on the U.S. and other people, you can.
Yeah, look, I can live 2 lifetimes and I'll never forgive the Saudis. I think on September the 12th, 2001, Saudi Arabia should have been turned to glass. Period.
I believe, Abby, that from a touristy standpoint, I think Roger's exactly right. They want American dollars. They want a tourism culture. They do not want to westernize modern society. They're lived in society. They just want to make it appealing for tourists.
Well, that's why I said watch this film, because they interview women that don't want the change, just like you're saying, and they interview a lot of women that the change has been incredible. These women get shipped off. A lot go to U.S. universities. They get MBAs. They come back. They're working in the government. Now they
You're talking about the classist society.
Can I finish, please? So since that film's been made, it's advanced a lot more since also love their crown prince. He's very popular, and a lot of them are following his lead. Look, it's a big nation. There's a lot of people. It's a lot of landmass. But I would tell you that my experience. First time I went, I was scared to death. I didn't know how it would be, and now I realize how comfortable I was. And I went, I mean, I went once with other Jewish people, so that was one experience different. But then the last trip I went, we were with business, like primarily business and the hospitality business, so completely different. I will also tell you that you know, we're, my industry is part of building a very large casino right now in the UAE, and how that's been accepted and how the UAE has advanced. I mean, completely advanced. I don't know if you've been to Dubai and what the experience is there, but it's very Western.
So, I mean, there's this conflation again. An American perspective is always, now you mentioned UAE. Every place you know, bring UAE is Dubai and Abu Dhabi. You can't go to Al Sharjah and say you're free. You can't go to Ras Al Khaimah and say you're free. You can't go to the other Emirates and say you're free. And all of these things is deployed, like Mojo said, to get the American dollars. And you say the crown prince is popular. The crown prince is not that popular. They still prefer his father over him. In fact, when they made all these new arrangements trying to modernize, there was a small revolt in the smaller towns in the populated areas in Saudi. But there's something the crown prince does. The crown prince knows how to suit the population. He pays them, increase their API, and they all kept quiet. Two, you're talking about people coming to America. Let's Saudi Arabia is a classist society. You mentioned Prince Rima. Who is Princess Rima's father? An elite. Is that who our
Hader,
things?
it was our ambassador.
No, oh, beautiful. An ambassador. I know he was an ambassador again. Is that someone
He was
that
ambassador to the United States.
he was a former ambassador. She's now replaced him. So look at it. Her father was an ambassador. She's an ambassador. These are people that are linked to the crown. I cannot listen to those people. I'm sorry. Those are not the true people in Saudi. Again, your perspective as an American is different.
And by the way, you're wrong on, because our casino resort is not is being built in a different Emirates.
Which Emirates is it being built?
Well, it's
Wait,
Marjan Island.
hold on. Like, being on a fucking resort is not the way that you experience a country, anyways. That's like saying that if you go to Ritz Carlton in Jamaica, that somehow that's indicative of Jamaican culture. If you're on a resort, like you're literally in a self-contained environment. You're not really participating in the culture at all.
We're building it. It's not built yet. I'm talking about the UAE, Roger. I don't know if that's what you're talking about. He asked me where it is. And
Where are you?
No, but you said that you were at a resort wearing a.
when I was in a bathing suit, where I was on a beach. Like,
trying to tell you, just like Abby was trying to tell you, experiences and what is really happening. I do not stand with Saudi Arabia. I was born there. I know the suffering of living in Saudi Arabia back in the days. You know, at least in the United States, my daughter is being considered a U.S. citizen. Over there, all of my family members were born there. I don't have a chance to go and visit where I was born. So don't think that I'm standing with the Saudis. I'm not. But all I'm saying is I'm trying to tell you what is really happening. The facts. This is what is happening. Abby experienced it. My family experienced it. We still experience
and I love to poke fun at him. Frenemies, babe. Frenemies.
So, anyway, I did not like what was happening in our room, and I left it, and then I heard it got back to me that they were laughing that I left the room because, well, okay, so Steven was in White Belt in Chilism, and Steven can be a lot, but he's also Steven, and he's been doing a lot of Twitter spaces, and I'm like, hey, Nathan and Knowledge talked about going to Twitter, and so let me connect someone who's experienced with running Twitter spaces. Well, I made the mistake of forgetting that Steven was white, and that doesn't go well all the time over there. And so they felt that I was shoving whiteness up their asses, I guess. I don't know. It was unpleasant. So I left the room. Well, then people said, oh, Monica ran away because you were being mean to Steven. And she started in a room. Well, that's what I heard. I'm like, oh, I could start in a room. So I did attractive white women, or what was it called specifically? Attractive white women have wrecked the left.
Oh, she just wiped out. I wonder how long she'll talk before she closes. Bless her heart. There she is.
That's what happens when I click to read the title.
Yeah.
I remove myself from the room.
But attractive women have what? Attractive white women have ruined the left.
Have wrecked the left.
Have wrecked the left. That's what it was. I saw that.
Because when a noted historian / peanut farmer from California, who is even-keeled and conservative and talks about tariffs and economic policies and which way Western man forward, talks about a model called Sydney Sweeney and American Eagle jeans, it's going to get my attention. And so I played it
As it should.
I played a 6-minute video, and then I did Sydney Watson. I quite like her. I think she's very funny. Her take on the whole Sydney Sweeney American Eagle jeans debacle. So I want to let y'all guys know.
Well, we haven't even met Steven. I want to know, because you're like, Steven was being Steven. So was he singing, or was he like...
Well, he was confident, as Steven is one to be, and I was telling them, well, I introduced him to someone who does a lot of X spaces, and then Nathan went on his, why do you believe in God? Line of inquiry, and it was just like aggressive and unnecessary for the vibe of the room.
Wait.
Not bad.
Are we talking about Bader?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Bader and Chilism. Actually, I think I saw Bader and Chilism the other night. Yeah, Bader came in here last night and like hopped the right. He came in here. No. He came in here and he was here for 2.0 seconds and he hot-footed it right back out. I was surprised he didn't come up.
He kept pinging me into rooms. Was it this room he was pinging, or did he do his
It
own?
wasn't this one because he didn't stay. I mean, he made a mad dash right back out.
He'll pull X people in here for social, because he's like, on X the platform's so huge that, and then you don't know who's listening when you get 100, 200, 300 people in there eavesdropping or whatever, because they have an anonymous feature over there too. Sometimes you just want to have a conversation with people that you like, and without the open ears of people trying to destroy you, figuratively speaking, mostly. So he'll pull his ex people over here and then do a social with the regulars on Clubhouse. So yeah, would not be a bad idea to visit, check in on them, Abby, every once in a while.
What's up, Hillary? Me. And
Hey, Heather.
hey, baby girl. I saw you were in here. I wanted to run up and just give you a big hug. I miss you. You're crazy. I hate being the only crazy person around sometimes.
doctor to the roof dropped it had a big deal. It's a stupid complaint, but they dropped the big bags of the what's it called yeah, roofing tile. What are they called? Anyway, the things that fall off the roof.
The shingles.
And they threw thank you shingles. I know. And they threw them all down onto my little garden, and I'm like, bastards. Those are potted plants. I'm taking them with me. Like, ruined all my shit out there.
Girl, I can relate to the living in chaos amongst the move. We just finished an it was horrible.
This has been like 2 months. Like, could you imagine? Because with the first, every time we are literally going to be like, okay, we found a place, we're gonna go. Then something comes up. Like my husband had to leave for work and go to a big training. I'm not doing all this shit by myself. You're crazy. So we postponed it. Now we're postponing it again. And my son is about to start school back. And it's like, dude, we need to get settled already because I'm not moving in the middle of the school year.
Well, we actually decided to move a year ago last June, and our goal,
So you got me beat.
our goal was to put the house up for sale and be out between August and September. And my brother was living with us at the time with his kids, and right before I was ready to list the house, he lost his job. So then I felt like I shouldn't list the house right now because it's just not a good time for him. You know, it took him like 3 or 4 months to find a job. Then he finally found the job, and it was like October, and I was like, okay, now we can move forward with selling the house. He fell downstairs and broke his knee. So yeah, I delayed once again, and then it was the holidays, and you know, it's always a pain in the ass to move during the holidays, and then it's like, oh, let's just finish this week. It's been the move that has taken forever.
Girl, I think our husbands hang out. We're like trading secrets over there. Hey, we don't actually have to do anything. We could just come up with another excuse this month. I'm gonna go sleep. I'm gonna go to John, sleep on John's couch. It's cool with you, right, John? He says yes. Just kidding.
I think he would totally say yes.
So he like triple lock the doors and be like, no, turn on the TV, turn on the lights. She's outside.
Yo, I absolutely hate moving. Who was the catalyst for you guys moving? The idea of moving? Was it you guys or was it your husbands?
It was the apartment complex because we got flooded bad during Hurricane Beryl, and so it was the apartment complex being like, you guys have black mold, you gotta get out. And we're like, well, that sounds to you problem. We've been here for 16 years, we're good. And then it started getting like bad. We're like, okay, we have to actually leave. God damn it. So it was one of those situations like we wouldn't leave here if they hadn't, you know, been like, if you don't leave, you could die. We're like, when you say die, I mean like die? They're like, yeah, like you should.
Well, you know, Hillary, that might be a good thing because I'm not a fan of living in an apartment for 16 years either. So
We always plan to move. We just never get around to it. We're busy people. We are very busy.
Good luck with everything. Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to move anywhere where there's a leaky roof, or are they repairing your current residence before you
Well,
leave?
no, it's the apartment. So I'm in 2 floors, and it's the apartment above us where the actual roof is. And so they're repairing that because of there's too much roof damage. But in our apartment, because of the flood, there's black mold. So,
Oh no.
and they're like, you should go.
Y'all, we're breaking one of the rules. We changed the topic.
And we were properly recommended with the title that accurately reflects the attitude of the room creator.
Okay, so are we supposed to just be boring? Because I thought we were nailing it.
Maybe Roger is a moving bigot and he objects to lives in boxes and we need to move forward and
think that Sig is one of the smartest cats on the app, and Sig is super consistent. And he actually said that if I was single back in the days, that he would have wiped her up in an instant. He said that yesterday. Do you recall that, Nine?
Yeah, he told me that before, and I mean, I get it. That's cool. It's flattering. But my thing is this, Anthony, right? I can see if you and Sig were holding space, um, discussing your experiences with black women, et cetera, et cetera. But when you have white dudes modded on a stage like that, who don't date black women, who never dated black women, who don't even have black female friends, not now, not ever, then it becomes the question I ask myself is why are they there? Why do they have a voice in this? Oh, it's because they just want to bash black women. And so while I like Sid, right, we share a lot of similar ideas and et cetera, et cetera. I do wonder, why are you modded and holding space with these white dudes who don't even like who don't even date black women? Why are you giving them space to bash black women? So that's very oddball, Anthony. I mean,
Because it's clickable.
So,
Everything is
Nine,
content.
I
It's
think
scandalous.
I think that's what I like most about the room. And, I was about to say that. So it frustrates me no end. This idea that like only a couple of black dudes should speak on this issue, and that's probably one of the things I get the most flack for. From people that I actually like. They're like their issue is why would you be in a space where there's white people, white dudes, in the case that you're mentioning, um, that are saying negative things about black women. That essentially that's your thought process. And I just like unfiltered, honest talk. It doesn't mean that they're right. It doesn't mean that their ideas have merit. I want to know what you're actually thinking. And when we have honest dialogue, we can have a better understanding. When people are, some of the worst people on this app are so-called politically correct. They're dumb.
Accurate.
They live in these little silos that are just echo chambers, and they cannot stand to be challenged on their ideas. So now I welcome it. I look forward to it. Like we're a social media audio app. Let's talk about it.
I do have something funny to share about Sid. Um, Someone was complaining to him about my antics on the app, including all the racist rooms I've held. And I said, Sig, what was the worst title? You like, they don't understand. Like the most inflammatory title that I got my previous account yeeted for, Sig co-modded that room with me. So they're complaining about me to the friend who helped me do the room. It was quite amusing to me.
Like I made in some of these rooms what I consider to be, not really controversial statements. And, like the responses show just this lack of knowledge. And then, it's like I'm actually blocked from a room by one of the main mods because I said someone was out of their cotton picking mind. Literally.
Well, that's racist.
Well, you have to understand the limitation of politically correct.
Yeah. Anthony, that's funny actually. Yes, that's hilarious. Wait, was it a black person or a white person who blocked you?
Yeah. is a partisan issue. I think this is a bipartisan issue. I think that there's people on both sides that have stuff to lose, and if we want the truth to come out, we just need to just let everything out. And this was what the conversation was about. So, because I said that this is a bipartisan issue, in the midst of me saying that, Ashton came off of his mic, her mic, whatever, and said, "Anthony, are you drunk?" And I said, "Shut the fuck up, Ashton." And they're like, "Oh, the way you talk to women is so disgusting." And I'm like, "Ashton isn't even a woman. This is Clubhouse for you. This is Clubhouse for you."
Well, that's the thing, Anthony. If a person can bash black women all day, cold-hearted with a black dude, then they can call you out, right? Anybody can say anything on this app, right? Then they can call you out and ask you if you're drunk. It's a free game, and people can say and ask what they want. Where are the limitations? Where do we draw the line? We can't, right?
See, yes, you can call me out 1,000%, and I can say shut the fuck up. That to me is like, and this is crazy, man. This is really, really crazy. I've been in rooms where I'm going back and forth. I'm, by myself, lone wolf with Wade. I'm just, Rambo in it, taking them all on. Neo in the Matrix. And then someone comes off their mic and says, "Oh, you can't say you're from Brooklyn anymore." Now, for a Brooklynite, those are fighting words. That's like, yo, what? So I start lighting them up. And during the course of me lighting them up, I asked them, "Yo, where did you go to high school? You claim in Brooklyn, where'd you go to high school?" And they're like, "Well, I got pregnant and I was going to school in Queens. I went to high school in Queens." Now, I don't say anything about the fact that they got pregnant in high school. I don't even like that is such low hanging fruit. But I talk about you can't claim Brooklyn if you're from Queens, if you went to high school in Queens. It's impossible. You're no longer Brooklyn. You lost your Brooklyn pass. And I'm lighting them up. And then it becomes, "Where's your wife? Bring that bitch on the phone." Then it becomes, mind you, I have not called them out their name. I haven't said anything about, bring your spouse on the, nothing of the sort. But this is, like, you get villainized because, oh, you shouldn't argue with a woman. This is the bullshit on Clubhouse.
John calls it Clown House, which I think is really funny. And it is kind of clownish. It took me a minute to realize Clown House was his name for this app. I just thought it was the name of his house. But no, it's what he calls his app, and it is quite amusing. Clown House. This app is about
Yeah, absolutely. And then, of course, you have cowards that will talk shit about you in their rooms, and you challenge them, and they hide behind the green bean, in somebody else's created house. Straight cowards, 1,000 that aren't bright, that really aren't intelligent, that
I
like.
feel like you're talking about somebody specifically. And I'm staying out of it. I'm like,
Cowards that fetishize, they fetishize black women. That's who you should be like. That's who we should be talking about if we're gonna talk about a white person that's they're administrators in spaces that they didn't create, and they're really not intelligent people. And then, they'll say stuff like, I'm just a cracker in the corner. Who says shit like that? Who really says shit like that?
Well, I know one
I'm
person
just a
who
cracker
said
in the
that
corner. Who says shit like that?
Cracker in the corner, then my response just the other day is, tell me if this is a true Anthony or is my black card revoked. Can I say I'm the spook who sat by the door or no? Is that too black? Is that too
Hey,
extra?
all of that is the truth, not because
Okay.
you're authentic. Bracket in the corner is some pandering shit from a fake pandering dummy. That's all crack in the corner is. Like, anyway. But all I can do is laugh, man. All I can do is laugh. You know, there's so, like, the egos on this app are so out of control. I'm wrong all the time. I'm fallible. I make mistakes. It's okay to say my bad. It's okay to say, yo, you know what? Upon reconsideration, you kind of moved the needle on that one. It's okay to get a new idea. But that's not the vast majority.
So,
Like, I
oh,
got
go
it.
ahead.
Nah, you got it. I'm sorry.
So I like to say I can like someone and not trust and respect them. I can respect someone and not like or trust them. And I can trust someone that I don't like or don't respect because I know who they are. My friend L Phoenix, who was like OG Clubhouse and brilliant and beautiful and just amazing person, said, Mom, I can trust people. I was like, trust people? There are some crazy wackadoodles on the app. She goes, yeah, trust people to do what they're going to do. And once you know what they're going to do, then you can trust them to do it because humans are pretty much going to human.
Like, the thing I love the most is when these purported people that is doing so well, they want to act so tough on the app, and then they want to, challenge people to beat up. That's what, you know, it, and it's so crazy when you see two people you can't stand, and there's this is part of the super friends, and their relationship implodes, and then they're threatening to fuck each other up. That's the best of Clubhouse, yo.
No, that is the best of Clubhouse, and I've seen it so many times over the years on this
was Alizé. I don't think
Yeah,
that's it.
Alizé, was it Alizé? They used to
I
host.
think I know who you're talking about. She
They
used to be
had
on
their really cute PTRs of the
Yes, yes,
silhouette of the
Yeah.
yes,
black lady.
yes,
Was she British, Dan?
yes.
Yep, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, oh my gosh, so I really enjoyed her. But yeah, so there was like those rooms that I had never like, and I was listening, so I was like, I had never heard. There's a lot of like things on Clubhouse that people just say that they would never say in real life. And I'm like, people, do people really like talk like this in real life? I was so confused when I started this app, and I like learned all these new ideologies or like talk like people don't really talk like this. So like they wouldn't say it to your face, like majority of the trolls on here. So like I used to take it really serious, and I like I don't know, I took it really serious and like thought like, oh, these are all my friends, and it was like, oh, just like learn how to set boundaries and stuff, and just yeah, just accept people for like what they show you, and just like don't expect anything else. You know,
Well,
it's hard.
and to that point, I like to stroll in certain rooms. Like now that I know that I can go into that anti-flat earth room and drop some weird shit about flat earth, and they go completely insane. I find it quite amusing and satisfying. As a matter of fact, they didn't open a room today, which is disappointing. I mean, yesterday. Maybe today is Saturday.
You're trolling anti-flat earthers or trolling flat earthers?
The
Because
anti-flat earthers, I troll them because they get outraged. And it's funny, you know. And I have no, globe model flat Earth. It doesn't matter. I enjoy listening to both perspectives. But the Globers, man, they get so heated about the flat Earthers and the flat Earth debate. So I just enjoy going. Monica, you know Ted. I know you know Ted. I'm sure you do.
Gary,
Is that his real name? The Nigerian? I think
oh
yeah.
no, he's not Nigerian. He's from the islands, I thought.
Oh, I thought he was Nigerian. But we're talking about the African liberal who hates, well, I shouldn't say hates, but he has a lot of criticism about black conservatives, and he goes by Tim. That guy.
Is he an anti-Trumper?
Yes, yes, yes. He leads the anti-flat Earth rooms, and so
Oh,
actually
I'm
he's
gonna be
opened up a
joining you
room.
in there then,
Oh my
because
God, he goes insane.
Oh my gosh, no! Like for the first 2 years of this app, all he did was come into all of our rooms, like our like Republican, conservative, Trump, if there's anything like that in the title, he was coming in and just like, I, yeah, severe TBS. I forgot about him actually. I didn't even know. Do you know that Goat is on his new username is misogynist?
yes, I don't know why he changed it. It's a like it's a bigger mouthful than goat, and everybody knows him as goat. But okay, goat, misogynist. So there was an interesting comment by Josh in the chat, and this relates to our current conversation about how we can discern people's personalities and their motivations and stuff. There's a favorite quote that I really like: "Speak from your scars, not from your wounds." And the number of people that bleed all over Clubhouse stages is quite significant. And and I like that quote. You should remember that quote. Anyway, that ties into SIG and the anti-black women rooms. It ties into all the grievance rooms that we hear on the app every day.
Yeah, I don't know. I suppose there's some entertainment in toxic people getting on social audio and opening up space to host conversations
next to one of Sydney Sweetie's American Eagle ads, and she's dressed scantily, which is unfortunate for someone who is overweight, and shooting the bird at Sydney Sweeney's gorgeous American Eagle ad. And I think it triggered a couple people that I was making fun of black women. Well, I wasn't making fun of black women. I was juxtaposing a woman who could be more attractive and isn't, flipping off an attractive woman, and her intolerance at the other woman's beauty, her jealousy, her pettiness, her ugliness was much more than skin deep. And I understand that when I put up a PTR that's ambiguous, that might not relay what I wanted to convey. There's a heathenist servant has a PTR of Sydney Sweeney in jeans fashioned as a swastika, and I called her on it, and that's why I put up the PTR that I did, and and I got more crap over my behavior than heathenist did, inferring that Sydney Sweeney was a Nazi. Can't make it up.
Yeah, I just saw a photo. I went through your pictures. I saw the one you referred to. Yeah, I don't know. I'm amused by all the criticism.
Well, it's not just criticism. They had a woman crying on social media saying, wait till they come and kill us, and then you'll see what we're talking about with this Sydney Sweeney Jean ad. She literally said that the lynch word. When they have us lynched on the streets with nooses around their necks, then you'll see. And I'm like, ma'am, it's just denim pants. Please, don't. Okay.
Not nothing. Oh my God, these people are so insane. The far left slash so-called progressives are insane. Now they're coming to lynch us because of the Jews. Craziness. Oh
I
my God.
honestly think, I think it's because our lives are so cushy, not that we don't have the fight or flight. We don't have the drive that our ancestors did for mere survival. So in order to feel relevant, we get mad at stupid stuff so we can have that drive, that push of anger. And I'm like, this is a luxury belief. This is a luxury belief, and it's foolish, and you should be laughed at.
You know, Monica, and on that note, I am so grateful and blessed to have this cushy, you know, luxury soft life where I don't stress out over nonsense like this. I'm not stressed out over Project 20, what, 2025, so-called, what they say? What do liberals claim? That they're coming to lock up the blacks, ship us off, put us in cages, sure. And now they're going to lynch us because we're not blonde-haired and blue-eyed like Sydney Sweeney. Lord, today is just too much. I just don't
Did
stress
you
out over
see?
these things.
Did you see Doja Cat's impression of Sydney Sweeney?
And that witch, she needs to stop. She was MK Ultra and sacrificed. She's out of her
Oh
mind.
no!
Yeah,
So so shameless plugs are leading in the poll. So I do want you to tell people about your Saturday room, please, not.
oh, my Saturday room where we talk about conspiracies and celebrities and politicians and UFOs, all that good stuff. 2 p.m. Central, that's today. Press Hollywood. I'm getting better at not hosting marathon rooms.
a room, it's your property, so you can do whatever you want.
You know what? Now that you said, I like that you said the amazingness of it. I think it just nurtured my ego slightly. So you, that's good. Keep in mind. Thank you. Thank you for saying the
Yay!
amazingness of it. You fooled over me on the amazingness of it.
And amazing doesn't have to be perfect. It can, like, there's a phrase in Japanese called wabi sabi. So they'll have a vase or an urn that's cracked. Well, instead of throwing it away, they put gold in the crack. And then the crack becomes, and it's just beautifully flawed and gorgeous. And that's life, right?
Yeah, you certainly have a point. And you listen, my rooms are a little bit different because not a lot of people do entertainment rooms anymore. Well, at least not anybody outside my little entertainment group of people that I follow. And even they don't do the type of entertainment rooms that I do. So it's a nice break from some of the ratchet rooms, the anti-black rooms, the political rooms, which I don't mind the political rooms. But sometimes, the political rooms tend to just start at point A but always end at the same talking points. It gets a little boring after a while.
So let me start some mess because I feel like the conversation's winding down. Jaro, your PCR is racist and offensive, and you really should consider changing your PCR, Jaro.
He said, sure, give him 1 minute. Wow.
No, I was joking. I was trolling. Oh my goodness.
He might just change it to another picture of an ape. Maybe hold
Right.
him up this time.
Right.
Ape is of the month.
How dare you damage the Tim Horton brand by intimating that it's drunk by Simeon Lumberjacks, Jarl? The Bigfoot AI videos are hysterical to me. Now, have you seen them?
I haven't seen the Bigfoots, but the baby AIs are funny.
Oh,
Especially
those
the
are
ones with the real
so good.
kamikaze Atlanta.
I haven't seen that, but the political ones. I'm like, you really don't like Trump? Watch Baby Trump, and maybe you can tolerate the message a little bit better because they're just so cute.
Wait, Monica, I have a link for you. Hold on, it's not baby, but it's Trump. And I think you might find this just as hilarious as I. Where is it? Oh, I see. Oh, here it is. This is so funny to me, and what makes it even funnier, and this is a real exchange. I do believe this
There's
was
a
a real
bet.
exchange between Biden and Trump. Hold on, I think I put the right link. That link I just posted, Monica.
All right, and I'm gonna find the Bigfoot one. They're like he's an outdoorsman talking about. Oh my goodness. Okay. Talking about like he's tending the fire and talking about his world problems and stuff. It's just so funny.
Josh, I just read your comment, but I don't think I even understand what you mean. Seeing the black man had to talk to white men like black men, white men who like black men. Gays, interracial gays? I don't know. Because even the white women left the room. There's a guy vote as well. It's a cut code too. A white man and black woman code too as well as a black man and white woman code.
Let me read the last sentence.
I don't get it.
Yeah, I've seen those patterns as well. So it looks like he's having a conversation with someone else. Let's see who else he's talking to. All right. Is he talking to himself? He's talking to himself. Josh, come up and talk to us instead of talking to yourself. So I
Make it
put
make sense, Josh. Make it make sense.
I put in one of the baby Trump videos in the thing, and then night I saw a video. It's AI generated of what happens when black women get drafted into World War III. Would you like to see it or not?
I actually, it sounds funny. I actually would like to see it.
All right. So understand that it's not my video,
Uh-oh.
and yeah. So I'm gonna put it in the chat for you to look at, and then I can delete it if you hate it. If you hate it, I will delete it. I promise.
Okay, is this the link you just posted? Okay, can you share it?
Yes. Oh my gosh. She's kind of charming and cute. When people are brutally honest with you, it for me, I respect that. If they're gonna just be whoever they are and just like openly be whoever they are, you gotta honor that. And Josh has joined us. Josh, welcome. Josh. Oh, Josh.
Thank you. You have to excuse my voice. I just woke up. No, I was responding to what America Jones was bringing up. If you look at that part that I read, the very end is my response. But I don't know what your question. I know that Monica probably has questions. I don't know what you're asking.
Well, I've been appreciating your comments in the chat, so I'm very happy that you joined us this morning. And that your insight about sometimes it takes a long time to know someone is fair. And then sometimes I think some people are just very open with who they are. And if you listen hard enough, you can hear what they fear, what they are happy about, what angers them, what buttons they have. If you listen.
Oh, I agree. I agree. I have this highly developed skill with pattern recognition. I work in software engineering, so I'm really into patterns. So I don't get on stage very often because they're so contentious, and I'm a pretty succinct person. I don't like to sit on stages all day, but I love to listen, and I love to learn. I like to listen to people, and I learn a lot from people. But I also see patterns, and been on this app since 21, so the patterns are becoming more recognizable now. So, like when I first got on this app, it took a month for me to figure it out. But once I saw the pattern, like you said, there's some people that reject their trauma on here. Some people like to attack certain groups of people because it makes them feel better. So after a while, you see where people are coming from. Some are take a little bit longer to check out or figure out because they play the smoke and mirrors a lot. So you think you're dealing with something, and then it takes months. And you see them in other rooms associated with certain other people. You say, wait a minute, I need to evaluate my view of that person. So, but yeah, I hope that answered your question.
Josh, I'm really glad that you came on stage to and tonight because sometimes we get to talk to our chat warriors that feel
I'm sorry. So just to clarify, that's what we are anti of, the N word, not black folks, people. There's a big difference between the N word and black folks.
Yeah, folks know it. They saw the Chris Rock stand up. They just like to feign like they have outrage. It's selective outrage. We all know the difference, right?
I hope we do, but a lot of us seem to act like they don't.
You realize that to racists, you're exactly the same. There's no difference, right? So by you saying that, you're just justifying all the racist people saying shit like that. And they view you as the former. They don't view
Wait,
you as
now,
a
wait,
different
what's
black person.
racist? Wait, what's racist? What are you saying? Because if we say there's a difference between N words and black folks, that's racist. When black people
Yeah,
say it,
I think that's racist. Yes, that's my opinion. Or colorist, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. This is my opinion.
Let me give you my opinion.
but wait, this is the same guy who was in the chat in Healthy Debate saying you don't even like black people, period. So what are we talking about?
That's
Wait,
why I
what
said,
did I say? What? I never said that.
So check this out. How you say your name? Gerald? Jarl?
Sure, Gerald.
Gerald. So I love when non-people of color try to come up and say, I'm gonna just say it. I love when white folks tell black people they're racist. First of all, this is what I like
Yeah,
to
I
say.
didn't call you racist, bud.
Oh,
Didn't call you
okay.
racist.
You said my statement.
Yeah, that's better. Yeah.
Okay, so my statement. Let me see. I'm glad he let me on the show so I can rectify this shit. So listen. First of all, I'm a black man. Anything I do or say, well, not say, but anything I do, I could never be racist, bro. Do you know what racism is? People like to throw this word around and don't even know the meaning of it. First of all, me or my people have never, ever systematically or systemically oppressed a whole culture of people. I've never done that, and my people's never done that. We've never came and tried to kidnap, pillage, rape. We've never done none of that. So, but now if you say prejudice, you may have me there. But racism, my people have never ever systematically oppressed a whole nother race. So first of all, that's what you people need to understand about racism. Racism, bigotry, and prejudice, they're all
Did I not say colorism? Did I not say or colorism or whatever you want to call it? But thanks for the semantics, bud. Good. Let's call it the dictionary.
No, no. You said my statement was racist, and I'm trying to let people know that there's a difference.
I said or colorist.
There's a difference.
Colorist is two different things.
Well, yeah, exactly. So, because I don't care about the semantics, I think it's an offensive statement. I think it's a stupid statement. I think you're justifying white KKK racists because they say the same thing. And guess what? They don't differentiate between this type of black person or that type of black
Well,
person.
there's the
They're
thing.
all black.
Hold on, Pharaoh, hold on. Wait, Pharaoh.
I just want to say one thing.
No, you're not going to say anything yet. I'm speaking. Just hold on. You can speak in a minute, Sally, or whoever you are. Jarl, here's the thing, though. You just kind of answered your own. You just kind of brought it full circle for yourself. The racists don't differentiate. You're right. To them, we're all N words.
So I feel like it was targeting you with that, and I actually don't. Black people can say whatever they want. You can use the N word. I really like don't mind. But I think it's okay to have a conversation about you saying, oh well, there's these other black people and they're bad, and it's okay to categorize them with the N word. But me, I'm different, and that's why like I'm not saying don't say the N word, but I can still think that the way you're saying that is stupid and offensive. And like if you don't want to have that conversation, it's fine. But like I think that's totally different from telling you you can't use that word. That's not what I'm telling you. I'm telling you saying other black people are whatever. That's just dumb.
Well, listen, I think every culture is responsible, has a responsibility to call out the ratchets in their community. You know, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. White people want to criticize white trash. Latinos want to criticize Latino trash, black trash. If you're in your group and you want to say, hey, there's a pocket within our community that the optics are just not good. They give the rest of us a bad name. Here's how we can do better, black folks. And I say black folks, I'm speaking from my own black ass experience. Um, and I don't think there's anything wrong with black people dishing out some tough love to our community. If it seems uppity and elitist and you know, to do so to outsiders, so be it. But it is what it is. You know, do I want it? Am I? Do I want to go walk down the street and see black men with their pants sagging down, with their ass showing through their underwear, their tidy whities? Absolutely not. And somebody's got to call this dumb shit out, right? Among other things. Our elders don't want to see this. Our elders don't want to see this. Our elders don't want to have a. Our elders should be saddled with taking care of babies that their young daughters or granddaughters are having, and they ditch them with the kids and they go out and be wild in the streets, right? We shouldn't honor this no snitch code in the community. This is all ratchet N-word shit, and it's okay for black people to call it out. And if you're not in the community to understand my perspective, then all you have is to sit on the sidelines and criticize black people and how they navigate black culture. I mean, listen, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. You're an N-word whether you are a positive, forward-thinking black. You're an N-word whether you're wilding off the streets to the outsiders. We can't win for losing, so we gotta shut out the noise from the outsiders and handle our business from within.
It's so interesting to see that, like, I feel like every single person has been, like, discriminated against. If it's not about, like, what race you are, it's about what religion, like, what your religion is, and, or, like, what your political beliefs are. Or it's always, people have always something negative to say and will use anything they can to leverage against you. Like, it's, it's bizarre, and, but I still want to know, how do we define what white is? And I also want to know, and I
How do
also
you
want to know,
define
like,
what white is, and how
I
do you
don't
identify
subscribe,
as a white woman?
I don't subscribe to race. I said that already.
Legally, you are white, man. I
No,
just searched it
no,
up
wait,
last time.
hold on,
Legally, you're
hold
white,
on, Dar,
and you look white.
Dar,
Go ahead.
Much better PTR, Jarl. Point.
Dar, Dar, you live in Canada, right? Okay, so here in the United States of America, on our birth, wait, on our birth certificate, on our driver's license, it doesn't have race on there, okay? On our birth certificate or our driver's license, okay? We just,
No, on the birth certificate it does have
it
race
does,
on birth certificate.
not
Yeah,
on mine, no, it doesn't.
Mine does. It says
mine
you have.
does.
My mother says Negro.
My mother says Negro. Yes.
Oh, not, mine doesn't, does yours says that?
No, the
Yes,
older
mine
generation
says
is
black,
black.
Okay,
Yeah,
and my mother and grandfather's them says Negro.
okay.
exactly. To
Okay.
Carol's point, yes.
But yeah, but like what I'm to Gerald's point, he said, well, what do you like? No, I don't subscribe to anything. On my driver's license, that's my name, my date of birth, my address, my height, my weight. Those things. Like there's so many things to like
not directed at Ann or Jarl in any way, although I suppose I should have been be a bit surprised that Jarl's like, oh, it's racist if you you use N-word and black interchangeably, and et cetera, et cetera. I mean, everybody has an opinion about these things and these words. Um, and they throw the word freely around, right? Outside of these spaces, outside of black conversations, they throw the word freely around. And then when we get together and talk about the ways in which we use the word, then they want to police the language. Suddenly everybody's offended. You know?
Absolutely.
But they'll go into other rooms with non-black people and call black people the N-word. They'll laugh and joke about it. You know, they'll say, "Oh, I was just joking. We don't really mean that," et cetera, et cetera. They don't call anybody out. They don't hold their fellow white man or woman to task or whomever's hurling the insult, right? As a matter of fact, many of these people love to sit in spaces with black folks who hate blackness, and they like to be co-modded and sit on these stages with black people who talk shit about blacks, because it gives them room and space to talk shit about blacks too. And then black folks in the audience are supposed to pretend like we didn't know and see that you were on these stages talking shit about blacks. So then you come into other rooms where we're in and then attempt to police the language that we use about blacks. So you just find that you pick and choose your battles and pick and choose who you respond to. Because you know at the end of the day it's all selective fake outrage. People
And
just pretending like they're triggered.
Hey, Wyatt, I'm still in that. I'm still in that. Fake outrage.
It
I'm
is
still
fake
in that.
outrage.
That's
Yeah.
exactly what it is. Fake outrage.
okay, I'm gonna weigh in on this. And I was talking to some people yesterday about this.
Good morning.
Good morning, hon. Uh, the continuous discussion of rice is not interesting to me. But I'm gonna put something out here. Uh, I was a little girl, and I sometimes I ramble, and so I'm gonna try to make it short. When I was a little girl, and my dad said that I was absolutely not allowed to say the Niger word. I will not say the word. And he told me I was not allowed to say it. And that could get, my mother was to spank me if I said the word ain't or that word. Okay? But he told me before, when he told me this story, this is what he told me. He said, my daddy was a cotton farmer, and he had to hire hands to pick cotton. And he paid a living wage to the people that he paid to pick cotton for him. And there's a selfish part of that. That means you're going to get the best hands. But it also is just the right thing to do. And his neighbor said, "Why are you paying those people that much money?" And he said, "They go to the same grocery store I do, and they can't live on less money than that because I can't." And my granddaddy was tight, okay? And he said, I went uptown with my daddy, and there was a black man sitting on a bench. And he said, "Hey, John, come over here. I want you to meet the best old Niger that I've ever met." He said, "My daddy does not mean anything by that word when he says it. It is the word that they called people when he was growing up. That was just what you called black people. Okay? So if he says that word, that doesn't mean he's a bad man because he is not. Okay? My, but every white person wants to say they got a black girlfriend. Well, I actually did really have a black girlfriend, and my son was raised with her son. And he was hanging out with this kid, and they were using, it was cool. The black kids were all using that word. And I told him, I said, "I don't care if they use that word. You are absolutely not allowed to use that word. That's their in culture word. That's what they say. They're being cool with each other. But I'm sorry, son, that is not a word that you are allowed to say. You could be videoed saying that word, and it could come back in some, not intentionally, and then they could come back and say, see, he said that word. You are not ever allowed for that word to come out of your mouth." Okay? And to your point, I was raised in a racially diverse community, so I know all
conversation. Why the fuck would you? Sorry, because I get mad because you're trying to sneak little disses in. Like I didn't catch that. I don't know if y'all caught it, but why would you even bring up watermelon and fried chicken when we having a conversation of? See, that's what I be talking about. Why would you even bring up watermelon and fried chicken? That has nothing. That has nothing to do with the intellectual way that we're going on the development of the N word or how other cultures think they can interject in our culture and tell us what to say and how to use our lingo. That's ours. So I don't know if y'all caught that, but wow, it was just watermelon and fried chicken. You had to bring that up.
And what say you, Ann? Was that racist, Ann, for her to bring up watermelon and fried chicken?
No, I mean, I think that it would be like ignorant to assume what people's intentions are, especially people that we don't know. So like
And
jump
why?
to jump to the conclusion that like what that their intentions were in poor taste or to like be any way that you took it. Um, I just think that that just does the conversation a disservice.
Because
See,
Phil,
hold on.
Hold on a minute.
And you see what I'm saying about
Hold
man?
on a
Look,
minute. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. We're adults here. That is a nearly 85-year-old woman. Okay? She is the clubhouse grandma that our nephews could use. She didn't mean to offend your sensibilities. Like, we are capable of having adult conversation. You don't be beaten act like a bitch. She was an 80-year-old woman.
Hey man, I didn't get offended at the slightest. I ain't get offended at the slightest by it, 'cause I see them type of fools every day. Like, yeah, man. All shit, man. Look, these white
look,
folks, they
we
gonna
don't, and we don't, and we, and look,
let,
we don't
Pharaoh,
even
let me
care,
tap in
bro.
with you.
wait, one mic,
Let me
hold
tap,
on, Pharaoh. One mic. Go ahead.
tap in, let me tap in. I appreciate it, bro. So, I know y'all don't know me, man. Man, these folks gonna do what they gonna do. They gonna act how they gonna act. They gonna say what they gonna say. You can't do nothing about it. They don't give two shits about what we think about what they think. We shouldn't give two shits about what they. We shouldn't give two shits about what they talking about. It's man, it's one of the things it's been here forever, and it ain't going nowhere. It ain't going nowhere till motherfuckers die and generations come and motherfuckers blend, bro. It's a moot point, bro. That's all, man. Like it's
Absolutely.
yeah, you got people from different yeah, you got people from different regions of the country, right? That deal with the same shit in different ways. See what I'm saying? So yeah, you ain't it's all good, bro.
Absolutely. You don't deal with that in Detroit, bro. You know how it is up this way. If you've been to the D, ain't none of that. But it's just like this lady that's the moderator. Hear what she said to me? Don't get in your feelings like a little bitch or whatever she said, right? Because I said I picked up what the 80-year-old woman was saying, and Annie and whatever her sympathy, however you say that, they will never get it, bro. They're not in the mind state of a NY or a Pharaoh. So all of this stuff there, like she just said, she's an 80-year-old woman and this, that, they will never ever get it because they don't understand the black experience. And I'm 100% with you. Why do we care what they think? It's just when they come in and try to tell us, like NY said, how to regulate our culture. This is our culture, not your culture. Remember, y'all don't want to be a part of it. That's all I'm saying.
You're from Detroit. I am too. And let's just say
Where,
that
where I'm from Detroit, Detroit. I grew up on Nottingham and Warm on the east side. So
okay.
not to be funny, but there's no one that looks like you ever over there.
Oh well, I mean, I'm in downtown Detroit all the time. I go to the Tigers games. Obviously, if you live in Michigan, then you're a Detroit Tigers fan, no matter if they suck or if they're amazing. You go to Tigers games. Every team in downtown Detroit. The
Right.
the
first met you and when I said, hey, I ain't from Michigan. I'm from Detroit. Detroit is our own state. Didn't I say that? That's our mentality here. Detroit is, I ain't from Michigan, I'm from the D. Detroit is our own nation, it's our own state. We different from everybody else in the country.
Is that Akima? What's up, Akima? Akima's back. Well, he's here. I should say back. Good old
I
Akima.
don't know. I don't know if you know this, bro, but just yesterday, me and my partner was chopping up, and I found out that Detroit is like 85. The city of Detroit is like 85% black. That's like the blackest city in America.
Next to
It's
New
blacker
York.
than gay ass Atlanta.
Yeah.
Atlanta ain't nothing but Atlanta is nothing but Atlanta is like 60% black. The city of Atlanta is like 60% black.
New York City has the highest population of black folks. That's the new chocolate city. New York has the highest population.
Hold on, fellas. I see we have Dolly. I want to give Dolly room to speak in case Dolly wanted to get in, jump in on what we've been talking about. Hi, Dolly. Are you there? Would you like to add to the conversation?
Oh, good morning. Hi, guys. I'm technically just up here because I was invited. My experience would be, or my opinion would be, I'm half black and half white, so I'm offended by almost all racial terms because I don't fit in either class exactly, except for my black family. The black side of my family is FBA, and my genealogy is very strong on both sides. So you can't make me choose. I have a lot of black family and I have a lot of white family, and I'm just right in that middle. I was raised by a black dad, so that the N word offends me. I don't like it. I don't love it. I also don't use it because I don't feel comfortable because I wouldn't want my grandpa to say it. So I don't like the word either way.
Daryl, I host an entertainment, political, conspiracy theory room Saturdays at 2 p.m. So if you're on the app today, pop in. Join us on the stage. I'll keep
What's
my
the
name
name of
not
the
to
room?
say.
And why was that
Yeah,
for?
my house is called Press Hollywood. So do a search on the app for Press Hollywood and then join the house and you'll see the room. Or you're following and he became completely enraged. Said he was gonna go to the car to get his girlfriend to come not only beat my ass, but beat my mother's ass too. Now, one thing about me, I don't do I don't do loud public loud talking. I don't argue with men. I don't do that shit, right? So so to me, I'm thinking, yeah, that's an N word. You're mad about the deli, sir. Now you put your girlfriend to come beat me up and beat my mother up. Now Erica Badu has this saying that I'm not even going to use correctly, so I'm gonna paraphrase. I'm gonna paraphrase Erica Badu. Me, Nine McGee, I'm sweet as pie. I'm an angel. Okay? I don't like confrontation, argument, drama, gossip. But to quote Erica Badu, if I'm pushed, I can turn into a bottle of Hennessy and a pack of Newports real quick. You dig? And that man was trying to turn me into a bottle of Coke 45 and some Newports. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to give this N word in energy today, right? So there's levels, Hove. You know this. I hate the word, but I use it when appropriate. Don't you? Don't you?
I no, I look, it Rose, you don't understand how hard it is for me to talk to y'all right now without saying. It's
Yeah,
just,
don't say it in here because it's banned in here. You'll be
it's
booted
just,
and banned.
it's a natural, like it's just okay. Like you are, hey, now, like it's one of those words to me, man. It's one of those familiar words, and it's nothing to say it, right? And I, I, I think, I think that when people that are offended by it, because you don't seem to be the type that's offended by it, you just don't care for it, right? I think when you run across people that are offended by it, that aren't us, I just don't need to be around the type of people because you're supposed to be yourself everywhere you go. Anywhere you go, you're supposed to be able to be yourself. You know what I'm saying? Especially in a not in a business when you're not in a business setting. When you're in a business setting, I understand. But anything outside of a business setting, you're supposed to be able to be yourself. If you can't be yourself, you probably don't need to be there. You probably don't need to be around those people. Um,
But Hugo, I'm only half black, and the only time I've been called it is negative, is in a derogatory, pointing out my black side in a non-friendly, like in a negative way. What was that?
People you're around, people that you're around. That's your experience. That's what I was telling people. Your experience defines how you feel and think about stuff. Like when I'm in a room, Pretty Red's room, it's all men bashing. That's all they talk about is bashing men.
oh my God. Oh,
But watch this. That's their experience from the men they choose to have kids with, the men, uncles, granddaddies in their lives. That's their experience. So that's why they always men bashing because the people in their life wasn't no good. That's just like Nye was just explaining about the guy when she said, "Oh, for sure, he's an ER. He's not an A." I try to tell people this all the time. The difference between the ER and the A. The ER is a crazy active individual that we don't want to be around. The A is never ignorant, getting goals accomplished. That's the part that we took and made. We dropped the ER and put the A and made it stand for something positive. Never ignorant, getting goals accomplished. So but they, like she said, they don't want to understand that. Like this lady said, her side of the family is black, this side is white. And what I found out with most mixed people, from my experience, they always identify as either I'm black or I'm mixed. They never say they white. They never, from my experience, and I'm 51. When every mixed person I've ever met, they always say, like she said, you can't make me choose. They either say I'm black or I'm mixed.
just why do they all either identify black or mixed and not white? She just said, she said, you can't make me pick. So basically, she said, I'm mixed. Is
Because
that fair
no
to say,
one
Don?
considers me white. No one considers me white.
Absolutely. Now you're getting somewhere to try to understand because the society views you. See, I got a mixed 10-year-old daughter that I'm raising by myself, man. Classy, no girl, no nothing. But her mother is black, white, and Mexican, and she always tries to push this mixed thing on her. I get that, but I asked my daughter, I say, baby, how do you feel since you're 10 and been living in the world? Do you feel like a white woman, a mixed woman, or do you feel like a black woman? How does the my baby 10-year-old said, Dada, the world treat me like I'm a black woman.
Listen,
At 10.
this means nothing at all, but as you guys are speaking about mixed people, I'm triggered. I'm triggered. No disrespect to anybody mixed, because I have no problem with mixed people at all. I'm triggered because two of my exes were mixed. They were crazy as fuck, but they love the hell out of my black ass. That's one thing about dating mixed men. From my experience, they love black women. Not all. They're crazy as hell.
I
So,
can't not love black women again. Why? I can't not.
Everybody loves black women. Why did you pick everybody loves black women?
So we've come full circle from Stig's room? Okay.
well, Monica, I don't know. It just depends. He needs some mixed race men on that stage. Preferably ones who were raised by, well, I guess it doesn't matter. Because my one ex's mom was white. My other ex's mom was, oh no, they both have white moms. Hmm, interesting. And they only fuck with white with black women. So it's interesting. He needs some mixed race men on there too. But they probably would give him shit. You know, if you're a man, regardless of what color you are, and you come into a space like that, you defend black women, you are going to be dragged off the stage. So no, as a matter of fact, I don't want those voices on the stage because they'll only be attacked. Listen, you weren't
I'm
there.
always gonna defend black women. My mama black.
Yeah, there was a room earlier. Well, there's a lot of rooms like that on this app, Pharaoh. Pharaoh's new to the clubhouse, so he probably hasn't seen all the anti-black rooms, specifically the anti-black female rooms ran by
Oh
black
no,
men.
I ain't seen none of that here. Why? You know, like I said, my little brother just turned me on a month ago. JB said I was 5 years old, so I'm late. I ain't got no social media. I'm gonna get a Facebook. I'm gonna get Instagram, all of that. I need to get up with the times. I'm still old fashioned. I still like to knock my women off by pulling up in that cat.
That's how it should be. Playing Pulp
That's the
Fiction.
way they do it. That's the best way to do it.
I still like the court girls. I still like to take them out to the movies, go buy food, and you know what I'm saying, talk shit. I still like to do that. I don't, it's like so impersonal on this social media. Hey, how you doing? Let's meet up. Damn, why be a serial killer, baby?
You know, you got the right idea. Meeting person, people pulling up, et cetera, trying to have face-to-face interactions. I mean, social media. I mean, social media sure is a great place to meet people if you live in a town where you
like so foreign to me. It's just like I be looking and like, huh? This is going on and stuff. So when my little brother turned me on to this, he was like, man, boy, you like to talk a lot, and you be having something to say. You need to get on this app and see where it take you. Because he was like, your dude Whack 100. This is where he came from, Clubhouse. So I said, oh, for real? So that's what got me on here, and I kind of like it, man. It's a it's a good space to build because I like building. That's what we be doing in my barbershop every week. Like tomorrow, we about to have a big session in there. A lot of my homies is 5%ers, so y'all know what I'm going through. So, but I like this space.
You know, Clubhouse is cool.
Are 5%ers like Proud Boys?
Well, 5%ers is they call themselves the nations of earth and gods, meaning that 85% of the world is dumb, deaf, and blind and lost. 15% of the world know the knowledge, but they use it for evil. The politicians, senators, and all that.
100%.
No, that's 85. That's 95, 80, and 15. And then the 5% is left.
100%.
Yes, the 5% will make up the 100, but the 5%ers are supposed to be the ones that got the true knowledge, but they use it for good instead of evil. So I go with that philosophy a little bit because the numbers, but Yaku did not go in no cave and gene splice and make white folks. He did not. No. Uh-uh. No. So they got a lot of crazy beliefs.
Probably 80, 15, 5, not 85. But okay.
No, they say 80% is dumb, deaf, and blind. 15%, which will make up 95%, they have the knowledge for evil. For
Yeah,
the
you
knowledge.
misspoke, bro. You were just misspoke. You just saying that you would misspoke.
Oh, my fault.
That's
Oh, my fault. Oh, okay. Yep. So that's what a lot of my homies is, and I be trying to build with them, and it's just, man, they lost on it, bro. They just so lost. I don't understand a lot of times when it's right in your face, but like one of my old school homies say, Pharaoh, if you don't know, you just don't know. If you don't know, you just don't know.
Yeah, Drake said my dog with me with Louis Bell. That's all he know. He don't know nothing else. Sometimes all they know is doing it for Louis Bell. Shit, fuck it. Shout out to Drake, the greatest poet of the 21st century.
They not like us. So
Drake
now
said
you
I
come.
only love my bed and my mama. I'm sorry. I mean bars. Bars. Go ahead, I heard my name go.
That was me.
I
You out of
too only love my mother and my pet. That's amazing.
Right? Like seriously. What else needs to be said? I only love my bed and my mama. Okay. Okay. Go ahead, Paul. I think I heard you say my.
No, I've been meaning to ask you, what state you out of?
I'm not far from Detroit. I'm in Chicago, baby. I was just in Detroit. Me and my people drove up there for something like a year ago. Or maybe it was earlier this year. I think it was to see a basketball game. Was that? Yeah. I think we went up there to see a basketball game.
Okay, I got homies in Chirac. I got a few homies in Chirac.
Yeah, I lived in LA for 20 years though. I lived there for about 20 years. Where I worked in the film and TV business, still do, but I worked myself to a state where, and worked myself up to a position where I can live anywhere now and and still do my job. So if I moved out the country, I can still work, you know, with the
I got
exception
a
I
lot
have
of
to
ideas about films.
say that again.
We need to link up. I got a lot of ideas about films and movies. You know, when I was doing my little time in the army, that's what kept me. Man, I got so many stories and books and movies that I was sitting in that cell writing down. When I got this one movie called Imani's Fate. It's about a black girl in the bayou that has premonitions when she touches you. And if she has sex with you, the premonitions actually come church where the guy's fronting as a good pastor, like a T.D. Jakes, but by night he's one of the biggest drug dealers in America, and he washes his money through the mega church. It's called A God We Trust.
I've been working on a similar script for a couple years. It's my passion project. I believe in manifestation. I've been putting out into the universe that this project is going to be an Oscar-nominated work. I've been working with some Hebrew Israelites, and I know how we might feel about the Hebrew Israelites. But I've been working with some leaders of of certain sects to flesh out my pastor character. My pastor character is not a Hebrew Israelite, but in listening to some of these guys on this app, they're very eloquent. They have a way with words and a way with interpreting the scripture that I find intriguing. So I've been, tapping into some of them to get their help with writing the sermons for this script. I'm really proud of this script. I can't wait till we kind of can get it.
What's it called?
Um,
That switches on, yeah, intellectual property and stuff.
exactly. You know what, Phil? I'm so hesitant to say. I keep it so close to the heart. I don't even want to say the name of it. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Put it out, like you said, I do it to manifestation. Put it out there, baby. Put the
Well,
manifestation just like
she's speaking on it now. That's good. And then
Yeah.
now you know how much we like Jordan Peterson. Have you done the self-authoring program with him?
No, but I should look into that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. You know what? Wait, hold on. I used to host a lot of how-to sessions here on Clubhouse for filmmakers, actors, writers, and TV. How to work with how to pitch, how to get an agent, blah blah blah. And I've compiled it all into book form. And I've been trying to think about how the best way to publish it. So maybe I'll. You said George Peterson has a self-publishing.
Yeah, self-authoring program where you write down what you want your life to look like in 5 or 10 years. And what he said, when you write it down, you're aiming up so that even if you have BHAG, big, hairy, audacious goals, and you don't meet them when you want to meet them, doesn't mean like you're just aiming yourself toward them, right? And was it when you shoot for the moon, you'll land among the stars, even if you don't get to the moon? Like there's something to that. Fixing yourself, orienting yourself toward your goal. I'm gonna send you the link in the back channel. I could put it in the chat too, but I'll send it to you in the back channel too.
Yeah, thank you. I'm a huge believer in manifestation because I've seen it work so many times in my life, and I've been in awe. I mean, I've told you. You probably have heard my Doctor Who manifestation story, right? Um, but in case you haven't, allow me to just brag briefly. I don't need to make this about me.
No, I want to hear it. No, I want to hear
y'all just talking about it, and y'all ain't seen him or her for months or however long, and y'all talking about it, and then they pop up. We done done that a lot of times on different levels, and people don't think what it is, but it is what it is. You spoke them into existence or spoke them up, and they popped up. Now we don't look at it like that because of our thought process and in our training or our indoctrination. But I'm so glad you said that now because manifestation is real. Because I've been manifesting since I got out. I used to sit up in that cell and look up at the ceiling, like the song say, and manifest me getting out, raising my hand in the classroom, trying to finish my bachelor's, and they spewing out that bull. And look, I done that. I sat up in that cell and thought about getting my barber license and getting a shop and raising my kids. And guess what I'm doing? All of that. So manifestation sometimes when you first start out because you're not in tune with it and you've been thinking the way you think it's doubt, it'll take a long time. You may manifest every 5, 6 months or every 4 years, but once you get good at it and start knowing and stop believing and knowing, the manifestations come on a regular, every other day and once a week, things like that.
Nye, I'm trying to link your YouTube video from your bio to attach it in the chat. It's not copy and pasting for me. Can you grab it? Because people are interested in hearing your Doctor Who interview. And I wanted to give them the link.
Okay, yeah. Let me grab the Doctor Who interview. Hold on. Let me grab it, guys.
The self-authoring program by Jordan Peterson is in the chat. Also, there is a fee to it. I don't get any kickback from it. But if you are lost and looking for direction in your life, I recommend it. So I'm really enjoying this poll. Currently in the lead is the culture wars and is winning. And Andrew Breitbart said politics is downstream from culture, and I believe it. And I think there's evidence of a culture shift in America. What we need to decide, is it going to benefit us now and in the future, or is it the wrong direction? I'm going to put your interview in White House Chosen Discord. What chat would that be best in? I think probably Cynicals. You're welcome.
Yeah, I haven't updated my YouTube channel in weeks because of issues I'm having with YouTube and one of the outlets I work for doesn't post the same content, which is, you know, expected, but now I have to do double work. I have to edit multiple versions of my interviews so that we don't get hit with copyright, restrictions. So I'm finding that I'm posting a lot of videos on my Facebook just to kind of avoid the YouTube restrictions.
Right. Well, have you have you checked out X as a viable platform? Are you doing video or audio only? Both.
But mostly,
Okay.
mostly the,
I really.
for the interviews, I don't post them. The studios set them up. So the studios kind of streamline the interview process. They coordinate how the format. Generally, they coordinate the format. So
Right.
posting an interview on X is not even an option unless I'm the organizer or the one who pitches the talent. And very rarely do I do that. They just pitch me, and I'm like, yeah, I'm available. Then they set up the Zoom link or the telephone call, but generally it's a Zoom link.
Do they have? Are there some stars that they say, okay, you can interview them, but you can't talk about this, or you can interview them and you have to talk about this? Do they curate your questions?
Sometimes that happens. It depends on if the celebrity has any salacious gossip
Skeletons?
floating around in the media. Yeah, like Tom Hanks always comes to mind. Um, I've interviewed him a couple times, and I adore Tom Hanks, but oddly enough, it has happened where the handful of times that I've interviewed him seem to go down when either his son is doing something crazy in the media, or a couple years ago when social media was accusing him of being a child sex trafficker and responsible for the killing of Isaac Cappy. So his team, he's got a great publicity. Every celebrity should have a great publicity team. So clearly his team was aware of these rumors and the gossip. So I'll get hit with the keep the questions the top focused on the show. Don't ask anything gossipy. Don't ask anything about the personal life. It doesn't happen often, but it happens every once in a while. Um, but not often. And if they don't give me, if they don't flag it, then I will take advantage. I'll always keep the interviews professional and to the point, to the topic. Then I'll wait to the very end to ask a question that might
That
be
you
something.
really want it. That you really want to know.
Exactly. And generally the celebrity will answer. They don't give any pushback. They don't get upset about it. If they want to answer it, they'll answer it. If not, the only person who was like they didn't want to answer something was that. Oh God, it was a true story. Was it Bobby Cannavale? I don't think so. No, it was Billy Zane. Billy Zane, who used to be a hottie back in the day, if you're old enough to remember Billy Zane, he was playing. I interviewed him for Lifetime Movie Network about a year ago. He was playing a coach, a college athletic coach who was seducing the students, taking advantage of the students. He was pimping out the students. That's what it was. So this real life coach is in prison now. He's doing like life. So I asked Billy Zane something about if he could meet that real life coach, pick his brain, ask him questions, especially if it was to prepare for the role. What would he ask him? And he didn't want to touch on that. He did. He was very. I forget what his excuse is. I think he said he doesn't like to deal in hypotheticals. And I said, okay,
Oh,
well,
got you.
yeah. So we just moved on from that. But generally they'll answer. They don't mind. You know. I'll say this. I'll give this last example. Salt and Pepper. Pepper from she's on a reality show. I think it's Love and Hip Hop. I think. And one season, her and her niece had some drama, some major drama, and there was a huge family falling out that stretched over a couple seasons. So when they put me in front of Pepper and her niece for an interview, they told me before the interview starts, don't ask questions about this, that, and the other. The personal drama was going on off camera. And I said, okay. But as the interview progressed, Pepper brought it up. She brought up the drama. So I'm like, fuck it. He told me not to bring it up. Since she brought it up, she opened the door, I'm gonna walk right in. And so she opened the door, I walked right in, and we unpacked that subject. She didn't mind talking about it. So sometimes it's just a matter of reading the room. If the celebrity opens the door to a subject that their handler said don't touch on, then I'm gonna touch on it. Because they've already opened the door. They've already given the green light that we can go there to some degree.
Yeah. No, there are people on the app who will ask pointed questions, and then when you answer them as honestly as possible, they'll say you're lying, or like, how do you handle the people who, because you're an interviewer, right? You don't ask questions that you don't accept the answers to. Now, you might probe or question their responses, but it's always to get the information, not to call them ratchet lying hoes. So,
Exactly.
so what's off the record time, just between you and I. Like, I wouldn't do that because, but yeah, a compilation of your greatest hits, that would be cool.
Oh, I like that. No, I think I like that. I call it a non-compilation. Good idea, Monica. You got the wheels spinning.
I have a couple every once in a while. Not all my ideas, not good ideas, but sometimes. first tour. So I hope you like him and you put it out in the universe, then you get to interview him so I can be in the audience fangirling over Nye and Josh. But this link is how a TikTok craze is healing wounded men, and I just love it. They talk about this prank that you're supposed to play with your friends. Guys just call their male friends at night to say, "Yeah, I just wanted to wish you a good night and sweet dreams." And the reactions that men have over their men friends checking in on them range from, "Oh my gosh, like you just saved me from self harm," to, "Man, you're weird, get out of here." It was just, it's just amazing. slinging arrows and hitting innocent bystanders, and I'm just like, aw, did you have to? Like in my PTR album, you'll see a large black woman shooting the bird at Cindy Sweetie in her American Eagle ad. I'm not targeting obese women. I'm not targeting black women. I'm targeting the attitude of hatred and envy and jealousy that
not right.
David, that series is,
Sure, there's lots of bots. We could, tell you how to get kosher food, but if that doesn't matter, then it doesn't, it's not a problem. There is facts in the world, yes, there's facts in the world, and there's facts in the world because there's other facts, and those facts substantiate those facts, and so on and so forth. Remember that? Remember the causal chain that I was talking to you about? Right, my causal chain is not broken.
Oh, I thought you were saying you stating strong emergence as a fact.
Well, if you're not gonna use the word emergence, then give me the right word to use then.
Well, it's just less about the wording, it's just more of the theory that I disagree with to an extent. Because I see it from a naturalistic point of view, and I think actually you could probably fit that definition to some degree.
Naturalism.
Yeah,
Naturalism. All they're doing is kicking the can down the road.
all I'm saying is that nature is responsible for it rather than your needs.
All right, then you just kick it down the road because I'm going to tell you that the nature that you rely on to be consistent is going to be because of my God. So you're not really saying anything by saying that.
I allow nature to be consistent, that consistent. It's not always going to be one thing.
So then how is it intelligible then? Generally speaking, I'm gonna get hit with a text message. So they're sending it.
Oh, no, you can't go with that theory. That's no virgin. That's using the word virgin. Yeah.
That's just stating that this sun is a star, has a certain light.
What makes that a fact?
Conditions will not be what they are now, so I don't, it's not consistent with what it is now.
You can't look into the future. You can't look into the future that much.
So we can't tell, we can't use science to tell
They're rethinking the idea of there being a red death. They're starting to rethink that idea that that's probably never gonna happen.
Never gonna happen.
Yes.
Everlasting star.
Well, there's plenty of ones that are out there that are a lot older than ours.
But that doesn't mean they're gonna last forever.
Well, it's defined forever, right? Like a million years is a very long time.
True, but it still has a finite ending to it.
As far as we know, it's not definitive.
And its argument is that basically that it's forever, not mine. I mean,
No, it's forever. Well, how can these elements evolve within 1 billion years that already happened with the previous billion years? I mean, we don't know. So yeah, it could be forever. We just don't know. So you're expecting right, that the way it's uniformed, right? It's called the principle of the not the principle of uniformitarianism. You're saying that in the beginning of the universe, that the electron weighed exactly the way it does now. So all the predictions that you're going to make about the past and the future, that electron will remain. But Renzo, you don't have evidence to prove that. You're just assuming that. You're just assuming that to be the case so that you can speak intelligently.
No, that's not it. If you assume that the sun will not die, let's go like that, as you would.
The red death and how it's explained, they're rethinking that idea.
The bottom line is, either or, it's going to not be what it is now, it's going to die, starve itself.
No, we can float into a black hole.
Either way, it's not going to be what it is now, right? It's not going to be what it is now. Life on Earth will not be as
That's not definitive, though.
Good point, David.
okay. So it's not definitive that every star will eventually die. Well, I mean, if you follow that, then you look at the fundamental principle after that every star will eventually die.
Sounds like that principle seems to be your God. Because that principle can't change, right?
It's scientific understanding that I follow.
Sounds like an eternal principle to you, brother.
And
how many times has science been amended to a different theory? So in the next few billion years before a star supposedly dies, can that happen again?
what exactly is our
Can the scientific theory, as far as you know it, change in those 1 billion years?
Yes, it's possible.
Okay, it's pop up. Thank you. So then it's not definitive.
But, like I say, for those who follow under science or astrophysics, and I know I'm saying I'm not astrophysicist and I'm not Neil deGrasse Tyson, of course, but I do understand that it is a fundamental principle that every star will eventually die. Okay, just a few.
It was once, there's a fundamental principle that Earth was the center of the universe.
But this is the best understanding we have for work.
Exactly. So
Right.
I guarantee you that principle's going to change. That understanding is going to change.
Right now, that's the measure right now. You have been corrected in the past. You're saying the same what it could be that was not, of course.
You're not being charitable towards his explanation there. You're just saying, because he's saying that we thought we were the center of the universe, right? With no scientists that believed in a geocentric model who still justified by their assumptions and their experience and their experiments, right? They're not completely wrong because it is relative. So we're not going to tell those scientists, oh, you did all this for nothing. When we still have
understand the universe as itself, the observable universe. We're in the middle of that. Science has a very difficult way of putting this picture out there because it does look like we are the center of the universe, even though we're not. Right? Because it's relative to where the center is. Because the center really is really not the center. Because the center of gravity of the sun is not the center of the sun, right? Or the center of our Earth. It's the center of gravity in between the star and the planet, right? So what's the center? Is it the center of the Earth, the center of the sun, or the center of gravity? That's the question you gotta ask yourself.
Of course, you can give me little examples to show that science can be faulty.
No, they're still justified by the scientific discoveries because nothing supersedes the observation, right? So the observation of things going around each other, that's observation. We're just looking at it. So all those men that studied the geocentric model and then we switched to the heliocentric model, those men are still remembered as intelligent scientists because they were completely justified by the beliefs that they understood the universe to work the way it did. So all those experiments are still justified by the belief of geocentrism.
Okay, all right. Now you say all this fancy stuff to me this work out with these and the star, the sun, is not going to die as you put it, or however you said it. I don't want to say something along those lines.
What I was saying before about the Andromeda galaxy, right? The Andromeda black hole is that when the star eventually dies, it implodes, it gets so dense, so dense and hard and heavy that even when it gets to the black hole, nothing is going to determine it to fall in or disintegrate. There are still stars today that are circular that are going around these black holes and are not completely disintegrated or like imploded into the black hole. The remnants of it is still there. So as much as you want to say, oh, like all stars die, let me tell you something, Renzo, we don't know. They just turn into a different state.
You just say, I don't know if you said it wrong, but you did say when it dies.
Alright, so but die meaning in the sense of that it doesn't have the rays anymore, but the element of that star is still there. Because it's so heavy.
And the element of the star will give us the same force that the projector the same way it does in this weather.
See, that's what I mean. See, that's the fourth part is depending on our sensory on our senses, right? It'll just be in a different state, and you're going to tell me things cannot be created or destroyed, right? You're going to use that principle. I'm just going along with the science, right? It's just going to change state. It's going to change state, right? Right, so you gotta, yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna beat you up here, so I'm just trying to help you.
No, I'm just showing the inconsistencies of nature. You said it.
Okay, so there you go.
Right. I said no. I said I should be some inconsistencies there. I don't feel like inconsistencies.
But just rely on God and
Amen.
that's good, Jazzy.
All right, so continue on, boy. I know you got something else. Man. You got something else. That was only response to consistency or inconsistency. You got anything else? I actually want to. Nah, I ain't gonna go back to that.
Yeah, but we already beat you in that debate. What debate do you want to lose on?
Which one I lost at, man? Which one? I thought we weren't taking L's and wins, man.
No, I'm doing that. Yeah. Of course.
Yeah, I'll take a W. That's fine. You don't have to. Well, you take it. If you're doing science, it's tentative. It's a tentative W. You never actually move on to.
Right, because you never know. That's true, because it definitely started winning to change. And
Yeah, so if anything, I take these advantages, I take the W.
I mean, the SARC could explode in like 8 minutes from now, and I could be wrong. You're right.
I like doing the discussion before, but.
I mean, I'm sorry, I've been doing it for the full minute now.
No, you play stupid when it comes to your argument, though. I always will say that.
I play stupid, honestly, because y'all be saying a lot of like really sus things, and it's like, I'm not gonna sit here and explain things to you guys. I'm not gonna sit here, because then that's when you guys start trolling, right? And once I start explaining it by saying one thing, if I misspeak about one little aspect, you guys are just gonna harp on that one thing, right? Instead of building and letting that stuff go. You just wanna harp on that one topic type thing, and then the build is gone, and then everybody starts crashing out and you're stupid, you're stupid. You know what? Honestly, I'd rather just have you say bullshit, Renzo. I'm not here to teach nobody nothing.
Oh, no, man.
I'm just here to teach. I'm just here to teach. They ain't doing nothing. That's it. I'm just here to teach them. That's it.
Grace, bro. I'm gonna give you grace. I just want to build. Like, I just want to see where it's gonna go. Maybe a little more critical. Like, okay, but since you disagree with the evolution from nature, from us evolving naturally, natural selection and things of that nature, I mean, still, man, that argument of a naturalistic explanation of evolution.
Still personally.
You're gonna have to explain naturalism. Like, we're gonna have to agree on a definition of naturalism, and I think that's gonna be a difficult one.
Okay, how about that? I just changed the wording. How about, I mean, you understand nature, so I'm that evolution came about through nature.
Yeah, but I have a distinction. I have a nature, nurture, I have a creator-creature distinction. So my creator-creature, my presuppositions are gonna be different from yours.
Right.
Because I believe in a creator,
You know, you can still stand
and I'm a creature.
But if I ask you to still stand mind, you should be able to do the same thing that you did earlier.
If the creator created nature, then there's literature.
That's it.
You know, I have to shut up now. You're just sitting there like a mute.
I know what you're saying.
What are you doing up here?
What's that look like?
No, I mean, what are you doing up here?
Yeah.
You don't have to John, you're here now. When was the last time you fought for anyone but yourself?
I understand your point of view. I understand your point of view because I cannot not be a materialist. Like, physicalist, like, that's my paradigm. So it's not so much that I disagree with materialism or physicalism. I just think there are spirituality principles that just fly with that is. Because that's not the only thing. That's not what's ontologically right. Is the physical. There is duality of the physical belief.
This is his moment.
I can't ignore
So I hope you know about it.
just go into the physical because then I feel part of myself.
The Lord Almighty will otherwise call you back 19 times just to watch you die when I chuck you over this fucking wall.
I'm not spending my final hours with YouTube bullshit.
You're not a scientific realist, because that don't make no sense. What the hell are you talking about? Science ain't real. It's ever-changing theories. Y'all be wilding out, man. Stop it. Don't argue with concrete. The fuck we did? Boy, shut up. I don't know you.
Listen to the rationale. Science is the real thing that is
And no, you know what's real? Facts. And what they do is tell you that science is real, but science is science. Right? There's a lot of flaws and false narratives in science.
This is audio.
Okay, so how come Einstein's theory of relativity was so different from Newtonian gravity? Oh, because science is accurate. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Two scientists, two different theories about the same concept. Like I said, keep on believing these crackers if you want to. Your ass gonna be dumber than a box of rocks.
Science is
So she brings up an interesting point there, and I want Dave to piggyback here with me, because I probably not going to be using the right language, but when it comes to Newtonian physics, right, Renzo? We're not going to use that logic in Newtonian physics that we would for quantum mechanics, right? It doesn't apply. So that logic in quantum mechanics is going to be different than the logic that we use in quantum mechanics, correct? Do you see that? Yes. So the observation, nothing supersedes the observation, right? So we adjust the logic so we can understand the observation. We're not gonna use the logic of Newtonian physics in quantum mechanics. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to you, Renzo? Because that's what I'm saying. And that's what you are kind of doing, right? You're using the same logic that you used it.
No, that's correct, because like what you understood about protons and electrons and neutrons, that goes out the window once you get into quantum physics, quantum mechanics, because you get inside. You understand what quants do. What quants do is actually more important to why neutrons, electrons, protons move the way they do, because it has nothing to do with protons and neutrons and electrons. It has to do with quants. So yeah, there's a lot of those theories out the window, but we're still in the very early stage of understanding, quantum mechanics. So it's science. It keeps changing.
So scientific argument, bitch. So scientific argument is based on like a fossil record. So scientific argument of evolution based on the fossil record.
Fossil. That's low-brow thinking.
It's only one variable, is it not? I mean, it's not the only thing. I'm talking about like comparative anatomy. What else we got here?
Yeah, that's low resolution thinking. That's low resolution thinking.
So DNA and all the genetic evidence, that has nothing to do with evolution. Like, we can't use that for evolution. You say that's just low brown thinking. That's just dismissed.
The reason why we say you're on fossils, yeah, it was like the reason why we say low brow, it's not an insult. It's not an insult, but
it shows the progression. It shows
what are you doing? Listen, all you're doing is relying on time. All you're doing is relying on time to begin.
Yeah, so it's basically two different disciplines, right? It's like basically trying to take Bonquisha and using that information to understand like a real understand concrete normal. This information to like determine what a good woman is. Hey, the woman thinks that concrete don't understand what's going on, so he starts to add on. So if you use concrete is lost, can someone explain to him what we're talking about? To try to understand it, good woman concrete is. You literally have to get a good woman to understand a good woman, not a bonquisha. Not gonna work. You're just gonna always come to bad conclusions about good women if you use bonquisha. Jasmine.
You can't use a bonquisha to measure what it is to be a woman.
Exactly.
What a black man is either. A Colombian nigga. Shut up, you're not black. We can't use a Bahamian man to know about black Americans. We can't use a man that sits on Clubhouse in Barnes and Nobles all day to know what's going on with black men. You're not a normal black man. And you're also not a white man. You're just a nigger that wants to be white. You're just a nigger that wants to be smart. He was the nigger lost himself. And you know who wasn't lost? Bonquisha. Bonquisha was here.
For my research for evolution to the scientific mechanism, they look at the fossil record for scientists. They study the transition of fossils that display characteristics of different species that stand together.
But that doesn't tell us the conditions, though. That's not going to explain the exact conditions as what's going on. So we have to this whole thing.
That's what I'm saying. It gives you an idea of the process of.
No, It's not a process. It's not a process.
The process of evolution, the fossil record, you can see the changes over time being done.
Yeah, see, now you're making this, see what you're doing? You're making this a philosophical argument. You're not making this a scientific argument. You're not making this. Yeah, you're not making it a scientific argument. You're
No, it's based on science.
No, here we go with this science word. You
Think
keep
about it.
going on around.
Think about it.
It's philosophy.
Paleontology is a philosophy of science. No, it's not. It's a science.
No.
Origin is science. Origin is science.
Right, and paleontology means the study of ancient life and fossils.
Science is a lot more scientific.
Still.
Wait.
Science is more naturalism.
Nah, naturalism exposes naturalism. Science. Stop, man.
Science is philosophy, bro. What are you talking about? Are you serious?
It is, yeah.
It is.
Slap the
It's a very rigorous version of philosophy. It's just this particular brand of it. That's all it is. It has certain conditions, like you have to measure shit, you have to be able to repeat stuff. That's all it
You have
is.
to assume natural rule. You have to assume, yeah, that's a whole bunch of
There's nothing natural about guessing how old something is.
No, naturalism means that, hey, the science says that I did like something, scientists asserts that they're like a phenomenon, instead of a naturalistic explanation, rather than find a supernatural explanation. That's science.
No, that's not science, dumbass.
Oh my God.
If someone help me,
Look up the definition
No,
of
I'm not gonna help you. They say you deserve it.
So here, I'm using
I tried. You cut me off, man.
So here, let's do this one question as an example.
Alright, cause this dumbass nigga not adding nothing to the conversation. And y'all keep like dumbass black men that don't put up at lady labs are fucking concrete now. Concrete all about science. This nigga doesn't know about science. He's a dumbass black criminal nigga. He's a criminal black man. Period. Concrete. I can't even hear you. That's bad. All I get is wow, 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 wow. Cry baby bitch. Cry baby bitch. Cry baby bitch. Cry baby bitch. Cry baby bitch.
Wait, Marcus, I don't know. Everybody's science is a philosophy. I'm just seeing if y'all agree with this or not. No, science and philosophy are distinct disciplines. While they are related and influence each other, they are not the same. Science is a systematic process of acquiring knowledge through observation and experimentation. While philosophy is a broader field focused on fundamental questions about existence, knowledge, values, reasons, mind, and language.
So after the observation, right, after they collect the data, right, do we get experience from the data or the observation? Yes, the experience is not from the data. The data is just numbers on a page, right? But the experience is where we get the understanding because
Anecdotal.
so for us.
What
about what happened, David, that from Freed?
Oh, those are big ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are great. There's a really cool. There's like. Have you heard of Pilgrim? It's a contest. It was like boy groups.
I've never heard of that. I've heard of some Yeshiva Boys Choir, Miami Boys Choir.
Oh, yeah, Miami is a big one. It's good.
about the handlers. Did you tell John Kitover? Jakob? Jakob?
Well, if you ever want to hear any Mizrahi Chazanot, there's a really, really great tenor. Strong voice. His name is Emil Zrihab. And it's just powerful. And there's this other cover. Yaakov. Yaakov. Ooh, Yaakov.
Yakov? Yakov, are you there?
I don't think he's there.
Yeah, I know. I was just trying. Maybe he would.
Yeah. And he hasn't. And I don't know if he's closed the app. Is he still here?
He probably left his phone somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, hell, that's what we need. Maybe we could get a legend back in here, Jeff.
Yeah. Hold on.
Oh, maybe Lawrence, maybe you could call Jeff or text him.
Hold on. I'm working on something. Give me a second.
What happened with you? I talked to you in a while.
We ended this room, like Frida and I left. And I see what's happening here. I'm not really in for this, but yeah, I understand now. Lawrence, thank you. Yeah, is Yakov there?
No.
I would suggest everyone just leave.
Yeah.
So confused. Wait, were there just people? Is there something? Huh?
Is there any life in this room? What's going on?
Are you there? Lawrence. Lawrence. I'm trying to get Lawrence. Hey, Lawrence, can you go ahead and kick this guy from the room? And he, kick the guy and help the fortress kick the guy out. I don't have this guy. Foul stupid, whatever. Kick.
You check your Insta?
Lawrence, can you use authenticate, please?
Yep.
What's John doing? John, don't report the rumors. I don't see anything. I don't see
should do crime. Like, I don't believe in leniency on crime, actually. I think that, personally, I think that countries like the United Kingdom, various other countries, they should bring back things like the death penalty and capital punishment.